Chapter 147. In the next few days, Fang Ping kept a low profile. He no longer thought about breaking through to rank 2, so he had a lot more time on his hands. At this time, his main focus was on the cultivation of combat techniques and pole standing. The horse riding stance was something he had been cultivating since the beginning. He had been improving ever since he entered the firm stance. But his pole standing stopped when he reached the peak of the firm stance. He consulted Lu Fengru, and she told him a lot, but his pole standing remained stagnant. After some hesitation, Fang Ping finally thought of Old Wang. Old Wang was not as strong as Lu Fengru, but Lu Fengru was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Powerhouses at this stage did not care much about pole standing cultivation. Lu Fengru had been in the elevated stance for many years. She might not remember how it felt when she first achieved it. Wang Jinyang was different. He was only a sophomore. Early morning, next to the haven, Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang. "Brother Wang, say it. I still have things to do after that." Old Wang was very straightforward. He and Qin Fengqing had been grinding in the catacombs for more than 2 months without asking for help. They had killed off almost all the catacombs creatures on the outskirts of the village. Both of them were preparing for their final strike in 2 days. They had just left the catacombs to rest. It was a coincidence. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have been able to find him. "Brother Wang, my pole standing has been stuck at the firm stance for a while. It's easy. Isn't there a man-made lake in your school? Have you seen the Qinggong on TV? Step on the water. When you can step on the water and adjust your center of gravity so that you don't fall into the water, you'll be in the elevated stance." Of course, it's not that easy. It depends on your comprehension. If you can learn to adjust your center of gravity, you'll be able to do it quickly. If you can't, then you'll fall into the water every day. Fang Ping had learned another trick. He said immediately, "I've been cultivating a saber technique recently, but my vitality outburst hasn't been rising fast. I can't even reach the level of a killer move. It's not easy to reach this level as a rank 1. Wang Jinyang did not underestimate Fang Ping. He praised him and said after some thought, "Your hand bones haven't been honed, so it'll be difficult for you to reach the level of a killer move." The explosive power of combat techniques had a lot to do with one's body. Your meridians aren't tough enough, and your bones aren't strong enough. If you overdo it, you'll hurt yourself. I'm sure your mentor has mentioned this before, but it's not like there's no other way. What? You're thrice honed. The strength of your bones isn't weak to begin with, and your physical fitness is better than others. At this time, just a little bit of strengthening would be enough to meet the requirements of the explosion. Let's see if you're willing to spend money. Buy 2 body tempering pills. Don't consume them. Just mix them into water and temper your hands. After a few days, your bones will be strengthened by quite a bit. Body tempering pill. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. It was true that only by spending money could one become stronger. The body tempering pill was not a grade. It was used to temper the body. This thing was even more effective than the body strengthening elixir, but it was also more expensive. Not many people actually used it because there was no need to. Everyone's meridians and skin would be tempered at the same time as they honed their bones. If Fang Ping were to enter rank 2 now and hone his hand bones, he would not have to spend so much money. However, before he entered the 2nd rank, he would need additional assistance if he wanted to unleash more power from his hands. You want to. That's up to you. If you think it's enough, then stop. But it's a little expensive. It was not just a little expensive. The school charged 30 credits for 1 pill. Wang Jinyang's suggestion was an idea, though. Fang Ping thought about it and said, "I'll give it a try." "Okay. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." "No, I do. Old Wang hung up very quickly. It seemed like he really had something to do. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not call again. He had asked all he needed to know. At the same time, Magic City Catacombs entrance. Wang Jinyang gritted his teeth and said, Qin Feng Qing, I've wasted more than 2 months this time. If I don't get something big this time, I'll hack you to death in the catacombs. Qin Feng Qing shuddered and said sheepishly, I've gotten quite a lot of benefits, haven't I? I think the strongest guardian in the village is probably rank 5. If I really fail, don't jinx it. Remember, I'll use my ultimate move this time. 2 moves at most. If I can't hack him to death, you'll run away with me. Even if you hack him to death, you'll have to run away with me first. Is your stepping technique okay? Qin Feng Qing said helplessly, I'm supposed to walk the hard and fierce path. These 2 months, I've almost turned into Runner Qin. Shut up. I'm asking you how your training is going. He runs like the wind. That's good. Let's go. The 2 of them entered the catacombs valiantly and energetically. Some of the martial artists guarding outside the catacombs joked, Guys, do you want me to prepare healing pills for you in advance and call the medical team over? In these 2 months, the 2 of them had escaped with injuries more than 10 times. Qin Feng Qing said without turning his head, No need. The next time I come out, I'll be a rank 4 martial artist. Then we'll wait for you to reach rank 4. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and joked for a while. The 2 of them entered the catacombs, and the sound disappeared completely. As soon as they left, someone said, I'm afraid these 2 brats have their eyes on a good place. After grinding for more than 2 months, I saw that the corpses they brought back were all rank 4. I'm afraid they'll really make a fortune this time. There's no use being envious. This kind of thing is also very dangerous. Didn't you see how many times they've been injured? I'm surprised that Qin Feng Qing can live until now. That's true, but I think Qin Feng Qing's torso honing is about to be completed. Wang Jinyang has also improved a lot. I'm afraid he's going to achieve middle stage rank 4 soon. Sigh. Each generation is stronger than the previous. That's good too. Us old guys can relax a little. Do you know about the championship held by the martial arts universities recently? I know, but the martial arts universities have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. The way I see it, the military department should step in and let the military department's genius martial artists teach them a lesson. You don't say. It might not be impossible. It just started this year. Next time, the military department might participate. Everyone discussed for a while and soon fell silent. McMao. In the class. As Fong Ping listened to the chatter, he felt the urge to kill someone. Did you guys see it? Recently, there seems to be an idiot in our dormitory area swimming in his clothes every day. I saw it. I don't think it's winter swimming. He fell into the water. I saw it too. I don't know if it's those idiots from the School of Social Sciences. An MCMAU student fell into the water. How embarrassing. The point is, it's not just once. I saw it from afar a few times. You guys saw it too? I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The students discussed animatedly. Some of them mocked and ridiculed him from time to time. Fu Changding looked at Fong Ping meaningfully. Many people in dormitory area 1 looked at him with the same expression. Fong Ping fell into the water and returned to the dormitory wearing wet clothes. It did not seem like the first time. Of course, the people in Area 1 did not really think that Fong Ping had fallen into the water. Maybe he was practicing some combat techniques. But the others did not know. Now that they heard the discussion, everyone held back their laughter. No one came out to help explain. It was great to watch the show. Fong Ping snorted and thought to himself, when my pole standing reaches the elevated stance, I'll let you guys be jealous. His pole standing only had 3 levels. Many rank 2 and 3 martial artists had not even reached the elevated stance. If his pole standing reached the elevated stance, coupled with cloud step, he would be able to fight and retreat at will. He could fight and run at will. Only those who had suffered the most hardship could rise to the top. Only those who could afford to be humiliated could earn back their dignity. Were they not here to watch a good show? Just wait and see. The broad-minded Fong Ping took note of all the discussions and the different looks in their eyes. He would find a time to teach them what it meant to cause trouble with a loose tongue. He was really planning his revenge. Fu Changding changed the topic and said with a smile, "It's Christmas tomorrow. Do you want to go out and have some fun? It's a foreigner's holiday. What's there to celebrate? Who cares if it's a foreigner's holiday or ours? Take some time to relax. I've been so tense lately that I'm about to snap." Fong Ping thought for a while and nodded suddenly. "Okay, I'll go out and have a look tomorrow." He was not going out to have fun. It was because Li Qingze had called him recently and said that the fast food business was being targeted. The fast food business was not complicated. There were always people who saw the future and did their own things. Fong Ping was too lazy to say anything. However, there seemed to be martial artists causing trouble recently. Fong Ping had to take care of this matter. The next day, the 25th of December, Fong Ping, Fu Changding, Tang Songting, Zhang Yu Xiaowenyu, and a group of boys and girls left the school together. Yang Xiaoman and the others were in a hurry to break through to peak rank 1. They did not have time to come out, and Fu Changding did not ask them out. The other girls in the special training class, on the other hand, were still far from peak rank 1 and were not in a hurry. When Fu Changding asked them out, they quickly agreed. Fu Changding was speechless when he saw Fong Ping carrying a wooden box outside. "What are you doing? Magic City is still very safe. There's no need to bring weapons, is there?" Of course, he knew what was inside Fong Ping's wooden box. "I have something to do later. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll look for you guys later." "Where are you going?" "Don't ask. I'm going to look for trouble. I'm not in a good mood these days." Fong Ping had indeed been holding it in for the past few days. Not only did he fall into the water every day, he was also being laughed at. That was not the main point. The main point was that he had no income recently. He could only watch helplessly as his wealth dropped below 10 million. Fong Ping was about to die of depression. Now, there were people blocking his path to wealth. Was this not a death wish? After bidding farewell to Fu Changding and the others, Fong Ping quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Distance company. Li Qingze was waiting at the entrance of the building. When he saw Fong Ping, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He hurried forward and said, "Mr. Fong, who is he?" "He's a martial artist who graduated from East Sino Nation Normal University. He just graduated and wants to start his own business. It just so happened that he saw our business. As you know, he's a martial arts university graduate. Although I've spread the word that our company is opened by an MCMAU student, that's not very useful to him. What's his strength?" "Rank 2. A rank 2 martial artist trying to steal my small business." Fong Ping cursed. "That's all he's capable of. If it was a fair competition, I wouldn't have bothered with him. How dare he play dirty with me?" After cursing, Fong Ping asked again, "Peak rank 2 or the kind that just entered rank 2? East Sino Nation Normal University was not a normal martial arts university. It was a second-tier martial arts university. Their students were not weak. It was not uncommon to see rank 3 graduates, but more rank 2 graduates. Unlike normal martial arts universities, most of their students graduated rank 1. However, a rank 2 graduate meant that they were not elites in school. This kind of martial artist might not be very strong. It was fine as long as they were not rank 3. Rank 3 martial artists in martial arts universities were all elites. They basically had their own combat techniques. However, there might not be any rank 2. Li Qingze looked at him cautiously. After some thought, he said, "I've asked around." He broke through to rank 2 in the second semester of his senior year. It's been half a year now. He's only rank 2 in his senior year. In half a year now, he's honed 20 bones at most. Fong Ping calculated. With this kind of strength, if he did not have a good combat technique, Fong Ping would not hesitate. Coincidentally, I haven't tested Manic Explosion on anyone since I mastered it. He's the one. Thinking of this, Fong Ping said immediately, let's go find him. Go straight to him? Since we're both martial artists, let's be straightforward. If it were a normal person, Fong Ping would not have done this. In fact, other martial artists were more or less the same. Other than a few shameless ones, martial artists were considered friendly to normal people. Unless you really infringed on their interests, or if they saw a huge benefit in you, martial artists would rarely cause trouble for normal people. However, since they were all martial artists, there was no need to be tactful. East Sino Nation Normal University. Back then, Old Wong was a peak rank 1 and defeated a rank 2 martial artist from the other side. Now it's my turn. Li Qingze had a car. Fong Ping sat in the car, thinking about these things and spacing out. Back then, he had thought that a rank 1 defeating a rank 2 was too awesome. Now that he thought about it, he had done it before. He had single-handedly killed the evil sex, Yao Jincheng. However, Yao Jincheng was an evil sect martial artist, so he was weaker. Martial Arts University students were more comparable. Now that I've done this, does it mean that I've done it a few months earlier than Old Wong? He only reached this stage at the beginning of the year. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind, and Fong Ping suddenly felt heroic. Next year, he could also reach rank 4 and suppress martial arts university students of the same rank to the point where they could not even lift their heads. Next year, next month, he would suppress everyone of the same rank to the point where he was invincible. I'll use you to test my skills first. Blocking my path to wealth is equivalent to cutting off my martial arts path. My hatred is too great. At the same time, Dongxing Company. Wei Dongxing frowned. What did that Li Qingze say? Immediately, someone reported, Li Qingze is stubborn. He said that he's not the boss and that he can only make a decision when his boss is here. Using an MCMEU student to pressure me? If it's a junior or senior, then forget it. Using a freshman to pressure me. He has no idea what's good for him. Wei Dongsheng snorted. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly entered the door and reported, CEO Wei, Manager Li from distance is here and what? And a young man with a bad attitude. I think he's looking for trouble. Looking for trouble. Wei Dongxing's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he took off his suit and picked up a long sword from the side. Let's go out and have a look. As soon as they saw Wei Dongxing holding a sword, everyone's eyes burned. In the eyes of ordinary people, the rank 2 Wei Dongsheng, who graduated from East Sino Nation Normal University at such a young age, could not be more perfect. They had never had the chance to witness the boss's strength. Now that the boss had come out with a sword, there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 148. Dongxing Company. At the front desk, Fong Ping's gaze fell on Wei Dongxing, sword in hand, and he said coldly, Wei Dongxing. Fong Ping, we're both smart people. Let's not beat around the bush and be straightforward. Fong Ping went straight to the point. If you win, distance will stop expanding. If you lose, Dongxing will behave. Wei Dongxing said playfully, Are you sure? You haven't reached rank 2 yet, have you? It's enough to beat you. Since you're so confident, why don't we play bigger? If I win, I'll buy distance with 8 million. If I lose, Dongxing's 3 million is yours. Wei Dongxing smiled faintly. Although Dongxing Company has just been established, I've invested more than 5 million. 3 million isn't much. What do you think? If you want to play, I have no objections. Mr. Fong, Li Qingze was slightly worried and he called out softly. Was the rank 1 Fong Ping really confident against the rank 2 Wei Dongxing? Wei Dongxing was not a casual martial artist. The employees of Dongxing Company looked at each other strangely. For many, it was their first time witnessing a battle between martial artists. Straightforward, direct, and efficient. Perhaps this was what martial artists were like. The two of them did not waste any time or exchange pleasantries. The first thing they did was to negotiate. Clearly, they felt that there was no need to talk about anything else. Fang Ping pressed his hands together, signaling for Li Qingze to calm down. After looking around, Fang Ping said, "There's no time like the present. Where do you think is suitable?" "Right here." Wei Dongxing chuckled. "Do I need to prepare?" "Wait." Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He took out the wooden box and assembled the Feng's widow. As he assembled it, Fang Ping thought that he might need a close combat weapon. Sometimes unexpected situations might not give him the chance to assemble a weapon. However, if there was an emergency, the hilt could be used. When Fang Ping stood with the saber, Wei Dongxing's expression turned serious. He unsheathed his long sword and tossed the scabbard aside. East Sino Nation Normal University, Wei Dongxing. Please advise. Magic City Martial Arts University, Fang Ping. Please advise. The two of them bowed. As soon as they finished, Wei Dongxing's long sword drew a flower, and the blade let out a soft hum. Before the crowd could see it clearly, Wei Dongxing's feet moved. He stepped forward and approached Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He did not retreat either. His Changdao slashed down like lightning. Wei Dongxing's expression changed slightly when he sensed the aura. He retracted the long sword that was originally aimed at Fang Ping's throat and aimed it at Fang Ping's hand that was holding the saber instead. At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly took a light step and took a small step back, avoiding the long sword. His saber slashed down. Ding! A crisp sound was heard, and everyone's vision blurred. They saw Wei Dongxing retreating several steps, and the long sword in his hand was trembling. No one knew whether it was his hand or the sword that was trembling. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not move from his spot. With one move, it was clear who was stronger. What a powerful qi and blood! The look in Wei Dongxing's eyes changed slightly. He had changed his move at the last minute, stabbing at the center of gravity of Fang Ping's blade with the intention of diverting Fang Ping's blade. However, as soon as they came into contact, he felt the pressure. Fang Ping's saber was relentless, slashing straight at his head. Wei Dongxing had no choice but to retreat and evade. Not yet middle stage rank, too? Fang Ping frowned slightly. He was weaker than he had imagined. After testing his opponent's strength, Fang Ping did not waste any more words and did not probe further. His Changdao moved like a shadow. The onlookers felt the air vibrate, and they quickly retreated. Wei Dongxing, on the other hand, had nowhere to retreat. The office was behind him. If he retreated any further, he would be attacked from the door into his lair. Gritting his teeth, Wei Dongxing's footsteps flashed. His body was like a swimming dragon, avoiding the Changdao and closing the distance again. He wanted to get close and stab Fang Ping's vitals. This time, Fang Ping did not retreat. Ha! With a sudden roar, Fang Ping's vitality erupted. The sudden pressure made Wei Dongxing's footsteps slow down slightly. At that moment, Fang Ping's Changdao had already fallen. Wei Dongxing heard the sound of the wind and the pressure coming from above his head. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly swung his sword to block. Ding! The sound of metal clashing was louder than before. Wei Dongxing's right hand that was holding the sword went numb instantly. The long sword stopped moving, unable to be raised above his head. Wei Dongxing could not evade in time. He could only watch as the Changdao struck his head. Ah! Someone in the crowd saw this scene and could not help but scream. Fang Ping frowned slightly and changed his move at the last minute. The slash became a slap. The blade avoided the top of his head, and the blade slapped Wei Dongxing's cheek. Uft! Red blood, mixed with white teeth, spurted out. Wei Dongxing staggered and only stopped when he hit the wall. The scene fell silent in an instant. Fang Ping was still frowning. Weak, too weak. Wei Dongxing could not even take a full force slash from him. This kind of martial artist was not much stronger than Yao Jincheng and the others. The left side of Wei Dongxing's face was red, but the right side was pale. Cold, sweat dripped from his forehead. Fang Ping's slash just now almost split him in half. Everyone else was stunned. Li Qingze was dumbfounded and at a loss. Did he win just like that? 2 moves, other than the probing move at the beginning. Fang Ping's slash almost killed Wei Dongxing. It was not almost. If Fang Ping had not changed his move at the last minute, Wei Dongxing would have been killed. You've never done a mission before? Fang Ping asked suddenly. Wei Dongxing's expression kept changing. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, I'm only rank 2 in my senior year. Some rank 1 students would not take on missions, and some rank 2 students would. However, Wei Dongxing was about to enter his senior year, so he might not take on missions. It was obvious that he had never done a mission before. Or maybe he had, but those were trivial matters. Martial artists like this were not uncommon in martial arts universities. Fang Ping did not ask any more questions, and Wei Dongxing did not say anything either. The situation was a little awkward. After a few seconds, Wei Dongxing sighed softly and said, Let your people take over. All right. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony and agreed immediately. Wei Dongxing looked at him with a complicated expression. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Are you a member of the championship? Not yet, but it shouldn't be a problem. MCMAU's genius freshman, Wei Dongxing's expression became even more complicated. He turned around and walked inside, but his voice could be heard. I lost because I'm not as skilled as others, but it doesn't mean that all ESNNU students are like me. I'm just a rank 2 martial artist who graduated. In ESNNU, I'm just a nobody. It was fine if he lost, but right now he, a graduate of ESNNU, was almost killed by an MCMAU freshman with 1 slash. If word of this got out, East Huan Nation Normal University's reputation would be tarnished before the championship even started. No one will underestimate any martial arts university. Thank you. Wei Dongxing said no more and walked into his office. He had lost so badly that he did not have the face to stay any longer. If he had been defeated after exchanging more than 10 moves with Fang Ping, he could still talk about it. However, he was almost cut in half with 1 slash. If he continued to talk about it, it would be a joke. As soon as Wei Dongxing entered the office, the expressions of ESNNU's employees became more complicated. Many of them could not help but sneak glances at Wei Dongxing. They had thought that their boss, a rank 2 martial artist who graduated from ESNNU, was a young and promising example. But who would have thought that the boss at distance was even younger and more powerful? He was just a freshman. Was this what a student from a famous martial arts university was like? News of the championship had spread like wildfire. Many people were talking about it. In the eyes of ordinary people, martial arts universities were about the same. Famous universities were just slightly more famous. However, at this moment, everyone realized that it was really different. A random freshman from a famous martial arts university could defeat a graduate from another martial arts university with 1 slash. This was the difference. Mr. Fang, Li Qingze could not help but call out softly. Fang Ping did not look at Wei Dongxing again. He said, Get someone to collect it. I'll transfer the money to the company later. After saying that, Fang Ping did not linger. He turned around and left. As soon as he left, someone could not help but whisper, The boss from distance is amazing! CEO Wei. Sigh, CEO Wei is actually very amazing. It's not like you guys don't know that a few days ago, the bosses from other companies came to visit CEO Wei. They also have rank 2 martial artists. Wei Dongxing's company had just opened. As a graduate of ESNNU, he was a rank 2 martial artist. He was not considered weak among the small businesses in the university city. The bosses of the nearby businesses came to visit one after another. Among them were some rank 2 martial artists that everyone knew. They were extremely polite to Wei Dongxing. This was also why everyone was full of confidence this time. They thought that they were here to watch a good show from distance. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Wei Dongsheng was crushed. Fang Ping left. Li Qingze did not dare to rub salt in the wound at this time and left hurriedly. Fang Ping could beat Wei Dongxing until he admitted defeat willingly. If he rushed to hand over the company now, Wei Dongxing would hate him to death. After the people from distance left, Dongxing's side was a little chaotic. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. As for being taken over by distance, everyone could not tell if it was a good or bad thing. At least, Distance's boss was stronger and had a brighter future than their boss. In the office, Wei Dongsheng caressed his badly swollen cheek. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone and made a call. When the call was connected, Wei Dongsheng said respectfully, "Instructor." "Dongsheng, what's up?" I just fought with a freshman from MCMAU. "Oh? Tell me about it." Wei Dongxing's instructor was quite interested. After Wei Dongsheng and the others graduated, his instructor also started to teach new students. Now he was the instructor of the new students class. Although Wei Dongxing's strength was average, a rank 2 graduate was considered average. Even if he was an MCMAU freshman, he should be rank 1 now. Wei Dongxing's instructor wanted to see this student's evaluation of the MCMAU freshman. I was almost killed in 1 slash. He's very strong. 1 slash? Yes. His saber technique was too fast, and his vitality was very strong. I couldn't dodge at all. That slash had at least 30 calories of explosive force. Wei Dongxing's instructor was not too surprised. He only said with some disappointment, "If you could control your own vitality force, you wouldn't have been defeated in 1 slash." As a rank 2 martial artist, if Wei Dongsheng could control his strength well, it would not be difficult for him to achieve a vitality outburst of 30 calories. Obviously, Wei Dongsheng could not do it. He could not even lift his sword from Fang Ping's slash. After criticizing him, the instructor on the other side of the phone deliberated and said, "I know about this. What's the other party's name?" "Fang Ping." "Fang Ping can slash more than 30 calories of vitality. Maybe he's even stronger." After muttering to himself for a while, Wei Dongxing's instructor continued, "Although you've graduated, you can't slack off in martial arts. You've learned your lesson this time, so think about it more. This Fang Ping should be one of the participants in MCMAU's championship. Don't be too discouraged. Not everyone in MCMAU is this strong." "Got it. Thank you, instructor." After hanging up, Wei Dongsheng felt a little lost. He had graduated as a rank 2 in his senior year. Although he could not compare to the geniuses in school, Wei Dongsheng did not think that he was weak. At least, most of the geniuses in normal martial arts universities only graduated as rank 2. MCMAU was stronger than East Sino Nation Normal University. But Wei Dongsheng felt that other than the junior and senior MCMAU students, he could not be careless with the other students, who knew that the result would be hopeless. Wei Dongsheng gently rubbed his cheeks and glanced at the office again. He sighed again. Yu Gardens. Fang Ping found Fu Changding and the others. As soon as they met, Fu Changding asked curiously, "You came fast. Are you done venting?" "Yes." "Male or female?" "Male. F***ck a male." "You're too." Everyone snickered. Fang Ping glared at him with a dark expression. His eyes were unfriendly. "Just right. I haven't had my fill yet. Do you want to try?" "Cough, cough. I'll pass. I think Chow Chow is not bad. You can try him." Tang Songting sneered. "Fu Changding, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? What, you're not convinced?" After the two of them fought for a while, Fu Changding looked at Fang Ping and smiled. "You're not even flushed and out of breath. Is your opponent not that strong?" "Just SOO." Fang Ping shook his head. The martial artists in the lower 3 ranks of martial arts universities lack experience. I don't think there's much difference between the lower 3 ranks and casual martial artists, at least for those below rank 3. Most of the rank 3 martial artists would enter the catacombs, so they were much better. However, the rank 1 and rank 2 martial artists did not have such opportunities before. Their strength was really average. Fu Chongding said nonchalantly, "You can't generalize according to the situation. Of course, if you really want to compare, the lower 3 ranks of martial arts universities are stronger than casual martial artists, but weaker than the military department martial artists. However, I think there will definitely be changes in the future. At least starting from our year, it will be different from before." Everyone chatted as they strolled along the retro streets. And over here, everyone saw a huge promotional poster. National Martial Arts University Freshman Championship will begin on January 10th. Stay tuned. Magic City had already begun to promote the championship. There were many foreign tourists on the streets talking about the National Martial Arts University Championship. Fu Chongding looked at the poster, his blood boiling. "I'm a little excited. No wonder people say that fame and fortune are the only things that people can't escape. When I think about sweeping everyone in the championship, save it. You." Tang Songting retorted again. Fu Chongding did not mind. He grinned. "That's not necessarily true. I don't think I'm weaker than anyone." "Then why don't you challenge for the position of class monitor?" "Haha, what do you know?" "Ha!" The two of them mocked each other. Fang Ping also fell into deep thought. If martial arts university students were all like Wei Dongsheng, then there was really nothing to worry about. Would there be a martial artist like Wang Jinyang in this exchange competition? I hope so. Chapter 149. After Christmas, it was officially the 12th lunar month. There was only a month until New Year's Eve. During this time, the National Martial Arts University Championship was the biggest highlight. There were even more reports about the freshman exchange competition. At this moment, the list of participating students from each school had yet to be revealed. However, there were already some names on the internet. He was from Capital City Martial Arts University. Han Su, the national champion of the 2008 Martial Science Examination. College Entrance Examination. Rank 1 Martial Arts, 230 calories vitality, 720 marks in cultural studies, full marks in general studies and practical tests. Capital City Martial Arts University's Li Ran, ranked second in the 2008 Capital City Martial Science Examination. The first place went to Han Su with a vitality of 226 calories. Magic City Martial Arts University. Zhao Lei, Magic City's Martial Sciences champion in '08. Gaokao results: 225 calories vitality, 715 marks in cultural studies, full marks in other subjects. 8 School Alliance Sino-Nation Martial Arts University. Wei Bin, Beijiang Province's top scorer in the '08 Martial Sciences Examination. 220 calories vitality. The Martial Arts University Alliance did not have a worthy opponent at the moment. There were too many schools in the Martial Arts University Alliance. Some schools had also offered some conditions to retain some of the local top scorers. However, at this moment, no one knew how these people were doing or how their progress was. As for Fang Ping, he was not well known. The vitality of 149 calories in the Gaokao was not too outstanding. There were hundreds of martial artists back then, and he was an aspiring martial artist. Other than having some fame in a prefecture-level city like Auspicious Sun, very few people paid attention to him. McMao. December passed in the blink of an eye. In the training room, Tang Feng said in a deep voice, "Today, we will officially determine the participating teams. For this championship, there will be 5 official members and 5 reserve members. If an official member was injured or their vitality was depleted, the reserve members would be sent on stage. Official member, Fang Ping. Zhao Lei. Fu Chongding. Yang Xiaoman." The last person, Tang Feng, glanced at Qin Yunqi and suddenly looked at Tang Songting. "Tang Songting, Chun Yunqi's face paled instantly, and she looked a little dejected. Yang Xiaoman wanted to say something, but hesitated. Zhao Xuemei said directly, "Teacher, I want to challenge Tang Songting." Tang Songting frowned, but was not afraid to fight. He said in a low voice, "I accept the challenge." "Wait a moment, I'll announce the reserve team's name list. Chun Yunqi, Zhao Xuemei, Sui Kai, Li Zhaoxiu, Jin Lei, the 5 of them are the reserve team members." After announcing the name list, Tang Feng looked at the two and asked, "Zhao Xuemei, are you sure you want to challenge?" "Yes." "All right. The other students can also challenge him, but everyone is limited to 1 chance." After saying that, Tang Feng gave up the middle seat. Zhao Xuemei stepped forward with her staff, while Tang Songting held his own machete. "Begin." At Tang Feng's command, Zhao Xuemei was like a cheetah, fast as lightning. She attacked Tang Songting in an instant, her alloy staff tearing through the air. Tang Songting's expression was also extremely astonished. His temples throbbed, and then his temples collapsed. His entire body seemed to have slimmed down, and his arms suddenly became thicker. Tang Songting used his trump card right from the start. The sunken temples were a sign that his qi and blood were being sucked out. "Wind, splitting rod, flaming blade," Fu Changding muttered. Just as his voice fell, Zhao Xuemei, this woman, was like a crazy demon. Her iron rod was like a shadow, and she struck out 7 or 8 times in a row. Tang Songting's style of using a saber had always been firm and fierce. He showed no signs of weakness and raised his saber to meet Zhao Xuemei head-on. Zhao Xuemei's staff technique did not hinder his movements. Tang Songting had honed the bones of his upper limbs, so the explosive power of his upper limbs far exceeded Zhao Xuemei's. Even though Zhao Xuemei had gone crazy, Tang Songting's machete swung several times and deflected her staff. When the staff was deflected, Zhao Xuemei roared angrily. She retracted her staff abruptly and stabbed it into the floor. Using the staff as support, she raised her leg and kicked continuously. "Women are so violent." Fu Changding sighed again. Zhao Xuemei's fighting style was very violent, and Tang Songting was actually showing signs of being suppressed. "Humph, that's because you men are useless." Yang Xiaoman, who was standing at the side, snorted and shouted, "Kick him to death!" Fu Changding pursed his lips, too lazy to respond. Fang Ping also watched intently. Zhao Xuemei had obviously changed into her alloy combat boots, which were sharper than Fang Ping's. The tips of her feet kept kicking Tang Songting's machete, and a series of ear-piercing metallic sounds could be heard. The alloy staff had now become Zhao Xuemei's target of leverage. She was like a flag, holding the staff with both hands and kicking in the air with both legs. Tang Songting did not retreat. If he took a step back, Zhao Xuemei would lose her target of leverage and might not be able to do anything to him. However, Tang Songting did not retreat. His blade was like fire, and his attacks were swift and violent, slashing at Zhao Xuemei's legs. The others watched on in trepidation. If Zhao Xuemei was the slightest bit careless, her legs could be chopped off. Just as the 2 of them were in a stalemate, Zhao Xuemei suddenly withdrew her leg. Holding the staff in her hand, she spun her body 90 degrees and then pulled out the staff abruptly, slashing at Tang Songting with the force of splitting a mountain. Tang Songting was suppressed one after another. At this moment he was furious. Holding the machete with both hands, his arms grew thicker, and he slashed at the staff. Sparks flew as the saber and staff rubbed against each other. Tang Songting took the opportunity to change his slash into a slash. The blade scraped along the metal staff, creating sparks as it sliced at Zhao Xuemei's right hand. Zhao Xuemei's upper body strength was not as strong as his. She wanted to change her move, but she was completely suppressed and could not move. Just as everyone thought she was going to abandon the staff, Zhao Xuemei's eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. Her right hand did not relax, but her left hand put down the alloy staff and directly grabbed the back of Tang Songting's saber. F***CK. Fu Changding was shocked. This was extremely dangerous. If she did not grab it, her right hand would really be cut off. Tang Songting seemed to hesitate for a moment, and the momentum of his saber weakened. At this time, Zhao Xuemei had already grabbed the back of the saber. Her left hand's fingers were bleeding from the friction, instantly staining the machete red. However, she managed to stop the machete's momentum. With his saber blocked, Tang Songting seemed to hesitate again, unable to change his move in time. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei straightened her toes and kicked the center of the back of the saber in a high-kicking posture. Clang! Sparks flashed, and Tang Songting's arm went limp. Zhao Xuemei held the staff in her right hand and swept it at Tang Songting's waist. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei grabbed the back of his saber with her left hand and swept the staff with her right hand. Tang Songting could either abandon the saber and retreat, or try to defend with his saber. Tang Songting had no intention of retreating. Instead, he pulled his saber back to defend. However, Zhao Xuemei's left hand did not let go. Even though everyone could see that her left fingertips were bleeding profusely, she had no intention of letting go. Seeing this, Tang Songting's eyes flashed with embarrassment. He had no choice but to let go of the machete and hurriedly took a few steps back. As soon as he let go of his saber, his combat strength dropped by 30%. Following that, Zhao Xuemei displayed her crazed demonic traits once again. She chased after Tang Songting and beat him up fiercely, looking as if she would not stop until she killed him. A minute later, Tang Songting cried out in pain and retreated to the side, sweating profusely. "Stop!" Tang Feng shouted, stopping the two of them from continuing. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei's left hand was already blood red, but she stared at Tang Songting excitedly, looking as if she wanted to continue. Tang Songting cursed under his breath and shook his arm. He was speechless. "I've lost." This woman was a half-mad woman. This was not a spar. It was a fight to the death. She did not care if she got hurt. As soon as he admitted defeat, Zhao Xuemei breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to the side and began to bandage the wound on her hand. Yang Xiaoman and Chen Yunqi rushed forward to help, looking at her strangely. Fang Ping was speechless. Was Zhao Xuemei stronger than Tang Songting? Definitely not. She might even be slightly weaker. Otherwise, Tang Feng would not have let Tang Songting join the official team. But Zhao Xuemei was crazy enough. This woman's every move was risky. She would either get her leg or her hand chopped off, but she did not care. Tang Songting, on the other hand, was much more hesitant than she was. He had lost the initiative, and after a few tries he had finally abandoned his saber. That was why he was beaten so badly. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Xuemei with some admiration, then at Fang Ping with some dissatisfaction. Fang Ping's face was gloomy. Mother **her, who did I offend? Tang Feng's expression was obvious. Fang Ping, you're a man, but you're not as strong as Zhao Xuemei. Fang Ping felt wronged. I don't have to fight so hard to win. Why do I have to fight so hard? Fighting is the right of the weak. As a powerhouse, I don't have to fight like an idiot, do I? Of course he could understand Tang Feng. Lion Tang's nickname was Mad Lion. A brute like him should only know how to fight with his life. How could he know that only by staying alive could he become stronger? Tang Feng cursed in his heart, but he did not look at him anymore. With a smile, he said, Zhao Xuemei has entered the official team. Tang Songting has entered the reserve team. Anyone else? After that, a few more people chose to challenge. They were all members of the reserve team. As for the reserve team, no one challenged anymore. Chun Yunqi should have the ability, but she did not say anything, so Tang Feng did not force her. After a whole morning, it was still the same 10 people. The only changes were Tang Songting and Zhao Xuemei. The gloominess on Tang Songting's face could not be dispelled. It was too embarrassing. The team members were confirmed. Tang Feng said quickly, "There are still 9 days before the opening. Starting tomorrow, we'll go to the other schools for a few warm-up matches. The reserve team will be the main team, and the main team will hold the line. The other schools don't want to lose too badly. Even if they don't let their main team fight, they won't let the weak fight. Also, Zhao Xuemei and the rest are still a little short of peak rank 1. Work hard these few days. There's hope of reaching peak rank 1 before the competition." Zhao Xuemei and Tang Songting still had hope of reaching peak rank 1. Both of them only needed a few more bones to complete the honing of rank 1. Other than Chen Yunqi, the other 3 members of the reserve team were a little short. For this warm-up match, our first stop is East Sino Nation Normal University, and our second stop is South Sino University of Science and Technology. These 2 schools are both members of the 8-School Alliance. Although they're not as good as MCMAU and CCMAU, they're not weak either. Seeing their strength will help you a lot. We can also use this time to find out what we've missed and where our weaknesses are. Fu Chongding and the others were not too interested in this. There were not many opportunities for the main team to fight. This time, it was mainly the reserve team. Fu Chongding was more interested in the powerhouses of the other schools. After Tang Feng finished, he asked, "Instructor, aren't we going to Sino Nation Martial Arts University?" "I heard that Wei Bin from Sino Nation Martial Arts University is very strong. Sino Nation Martial Arts University is in Capital City. We won't go there. We'll know whether Wei Bin is strong or not when the time comes. But Han Su from CCMAU is really strong." Tang Feng said in a low voice, "Han Su should be a thrice-honed martial artist. He's at least peak rank 1 now, or he might have broken through rank 2. As for MCMAU," Tang Feng glanced at Fang Ping with some disdain and said darkly, "Fang Ping's opponent is Han Su. He can only win, not lose. If he loses, for the next 3 years, Fang Ping's credits will increase by 10% every time he trades for resources." Fang Ping was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said indignantly, "Instructor Tang, you're being too obvious." "That's right. I'm making things difficult for you. You've got guts. You've been calling me Lion Tang in private, haven't you? Cough, cough, cough. Well, instructor, someone must be slandering me on purpose. Yang Xiaoman and Zhao Lei have been unhappy with me for a long time. I heard it with my own ears." "Then you must have misheard. I'm peak rank 6. My ears are fine." Tang Feng snorted and said darkly, "If you win Han Su, then you can call me whatever you want in private. I won't bother you anymore. But if you lose, humph. Instructor, you don't have to do this, right? I have an instructor too. Lu Fengru doesn't have any objections. Do you?" Fang Ping felt the urge to vomit blood again. "Am I really MCMAU's seeded player? I always feel like I'm not well liked." Fortunately, Tang Feng's next words comforted him. "If you win Han Su, the school will reward you with an additional 100 credits. Only 100 credits? He's the national champion. Take it or leave it. There are 8 months until the Gaokao. No one knows how strong Han Su is. He might not even be as strong as the reserves team. It's not impossible. Then, all right then." Fang Ping looked extremely helpless, but Tang Feng knew that the kid was inwardly overjoyed. He had wronged Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not say whether he was happy or not, but it was inevitable that he would meet the people from CCMAU. It was also almost inevitable that he would fight Han Su. Since they were going to fight, Fang Ping did not want to lose. If he won, there would be additional rewards. It was a pleasant surprise. As for losing, Fang Ping snorted in his heart. If he lost, he would have to exchange 10% more credits. That was impossible. If that was the case, he would have to consider job hopping. He did not know if CCMAU would accept MCMAU students. Tang Feng naturally did not know about these little schemes. In order to provoke Fong Ping, the instructors had racked their brains. After the teams were divided and it was confirmed that they would be going to East Sino Nation Normal University the next day, everyone dispersed. When they returned to the dormitory, Fu Changding said with a serious expression, "Fong Ping, you have to be careful with Han Su. It's not just him, it's the same for Li Ran. I know these two people too. They were famous geniuses in Capital City High School. I've seen them a few times. They're all very strong. How are you compared to them? I was slightly weaker before, but now I might not be the same." Fu Changding was not modest. "Then I'm fine." "You? What do you mean? If you're fine, why would I be?" Fu Changding looked indignant. He snorted. "Let's wait and see. When they beat you down, I'll beat them. I'll let everyone know who's the number one in MCMAU. You? You can beat Zhao Lei first. That guy was defeated by me. That's different. Everyone honed their bones differently. Now we're all peak rank 1. Fong Ping yawned and ignored him. It's not like you're the one improving. Chapter 150. On the 2nd of January, Tang Feng and Bai Ruoshi led a team to East China Normal University. East Sino Nation Normal University was also located in the university city. MCMAU was located in the south of the university city, while ESNNU was located in the east. Walking on the campus of East Sino Nation Normal University, Fu Changding's eyes turned red with envy. So many beauties. There's so many beauties in the south. He really didn't lie to me. But why doesn't MCMAU have any? Really, if I had known earlier, I would have come to China. This guy could not stop nagging. The faces of the girls at the side darkened, including Chen Yunqi. What did he mean by MCMAU did not have it? Were they ugly? ESNNU was a school that excelled in both literature and martial arts. ESNNU was famous for its martial arts department, but it was also famous for its liberal arts. It was unlike Nanjiang, where the 2 martial sciences schools only accepted 1 to 200 people every year. Every year, ESNNU's martial sciences department recruited up to 1,000 people, which was not much less than MCMAU's. As for the social sciences, there were even more students. There were at least 5,000 students in each term. The more people there were, the more beautiful girls there would be. There were indeed quite a number of girls applying to East Sino Normal University. Fu Changding looked around. Even Zhao Lei and the others were no exception. ESNNU had more beautiful young girls than MCMAU. Furthermore, it was true that girls from the martial sciences department did not have much time to dress up, much less spend hours on makeup and clothes every day. Naturally, there was a gap between them and ESNNU. When everyone arrived at the stadium, the screams from inside almost deafened their ears. ESNNU, you're the best. ESNNU, you're the best. Zhang Pengfei, I love you. Chen Hongwei, fight for first place. MCMAU has lost. All kinds of slogans shocked everyone. In MCMAU, no one had ever seen such a scene. There were only 6,000 students in MCMAU. Everyone had their own things to do. Who would have the time to watch others fight? When Fong Ping and the others trained, it was always them who participated in the training. It was impossible for them to have cheerleaders. Now, East Huan Nation Normal University had too many cheerleaders. The stadium's auditorium was packed with people, and most of them were women. The cheerleaders in the front row were all dressed provocatively, even though it was winter. Fu Changding mumbled, "This is the style of a southern girl." Young Xiao Man gritted her teeth and said, "Don't be a love-struck fool, did you hear that? They're all booing us." Fu Changding was nonchalant, but Tang Feng suddenly said, "Fu Changding will be the first to fight later." "Ah, you have to win fast and ruthlessly." Tang Feng said calmly, "That's the only way East Sino Nation Normal University will send their elite students to save face." That was what he said, but Fong Ping had a feeling that the petty Lion Tang was angry. Students from East Sino Nation Normal University actually dared to curse at MCMAU. Were they not looking for trouble? Fu Changding was a little stunned, but he soon smiled and said, "No problem. Let me teach the martial artists of ESNNU what it means to lose one's will by playing with things, what it means to be lecherous, what it means to be humiliated and to be mine." "Shut up!" Tang Feng glared at him because a martial arts powerhouse from East Sino Nation Normal University had already walked over. Tang Feng did not mind that the person who had received them was a rank 4 instructor. Now, the one who came was a rank 6 powerhouse. At this time, it was not good to insult him in front of them. "Lion Tang, how have you been?" "Old Snake, you're still alive." "Ha ha ha, even if you're dead, I won't die." Both of them acted as if there was no one else around. Bai Ruashi felt a little helpless and said calmly, "Didn't you two just meet the day before yesterday?" Both of them stopped talking. The rank 6 powerhouse from ESNNU laughed dryly and said, "Is that so? You have a good memory, girl. I almost forgot about this." Everyone was in the university town. It was not a long journey. For these rank 6 powerhouses, it would only take them a few minutes to run there. Naturally, they had met many times. Old Snake laughed, then looked at Fong Ping and the others, nodding slightly. "Not bad. This batch of MCMAU new students is really good." 5. "No, when the competition starts, I'm afraid there will be 7 peak rank 1 martial artists. It's good to have more resources. No wonder everyone is jealous." Currently, among the new students in MCMAU, there were 5 peak rank 1 martial artists. Tang Songting and Zhao Xuemei were already close. When the competition started, there would be 7 peak rank 1 martial artists. It was extremely difficult for a school to produce 7 peak rank 1 martial artists in half a year. Tang Feng said disapprovingly, "We have a lot of resources, but that's because we earned them with our own strength." MCMAU was founded before ESNNU. How is ESNNU not a famous school? You say it like it's your credit, Lion Tang. The trees planted by the predecessors are for the juniors to enjoy. I'm just afraid that the juniors will even cut down the trees. That's also a tree planted by the predecessors of MCMAU. Even if it's chopped down for firewood, it's not someone else's turn to covet it. Don't say that to me. ESNNU is not your target. Old Snake curled his lips, then looked at Fong Ping and the others. "How do you guys want to compete?" Tang Feng said directly, one-on-one. "Not taking turns. The championship is a one-on-one battle. There's no need. Let everyone have a chance to fight. I'm afraid that if one of us goes up, your side will be defeated." Old Snake sneered. Without further ado, he led the group to the second floor of the gym. At this moment, there were very few people on the second floor. There were even fewer students, only about 10 in total. There were about 7 or 8 instructors, though. Seeing Tang Feng and the others go up, someone greeted, "Ruashi, long time no see." "Ruashi, I'm a little confused about my swordsmanship. When can we exchange some pointers?" Bai Ruashi was obviously more popular than Tang Feng. She immediately attracted the attention of many instructors. Tang Feng did not mind. He walked to the other side and sat down. Soon, he said, "Let's not catch up and waste time. Hurry up. ESNNU's efficiency is as slow as ever." Some of the instructors from ESNNU were dissatisfied, but they did not refute. Old Snake did not mind. He walked to the railing on the second floor. Without using the microphone, he shouted, "ESNNU MCMAU! The friendly competition for new students of grade 08 begins now." Below the stage, a host said loudly, "Will the combatants from both sides please come up to the stage?" Fu Changding had already stood up, holding his spear. He had learned spear techniques from Luo Yichuan. However, ever since school started, he had not shown his skills in public. Fong Ping and the others did not see him when he was on a mission last time. There was a staircase on the second floor that led directly to the arena on the first floor. Soon, Fu Changding walked up to the arena. On the other side, a short-haired youth from ESNNU walked out. As soon as he appeared, the crowd below the stage erupted. Zhang Pengfei, I love you. Zhang Pengfei, defeat him. Defeat MCMAU. Do your best, ESNNU. Screams rose and fell. Zhang Pengfei, with a thin sword at his waist, looked especially dashing. He even waved at the crowd below the stage, causing countless girls to scream. Flashy, but impractical, Zhao Lei muttered. Fang Ping rarely agreed with him. He nodded and said, it's full of gimmicks. Let's see if Fu Changding is triggered. Magic City Martial Arts University, Fu Changding. East Sino Nation Normal University, Zhang Pengfei. The two of them introduced each other. A rank 4 martial artist acted as the referee on the stage. When the two of them finished their greetings, he shouted, Begin! As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Changding's spear moved like a dragon. The tip of the spear gleamed coldly as it pointed at Zhang Pengfei's throat. Zhang Pengfei's movements were not slow either. His thin sword was as thin as silk, dancing in the air like a dazzling flower. Upstairs, Fang Ping said dryly, nice. Zhao Xuemei said in surprise, he's at least 2 meters away from Fu Changding. His sword is 2 meters long. Why is he dancing with it? Zhao Lei curled his lips. I thought it's a normal sparring match. Act cool first, then fight after. It can't be, right? Listen. At that moment, the stadium was in an uproar. So handsome. Zhang Pengfei, I love you. So handsome that it's inhuman. Fu Changding, who was standing opposite, was also confused. What's going on? Are you going to block it or not? Following Tang Feng's instructions, although he had held back, it was still not something an ordinary person could take. Zhang Pengfei, who was obviously not a brute force fighter, had to either retreat and widen the distance between them or use his movement techniques to get close to Fu Changding. The thin sword was light and ethereal. Now that the other party was not dodging, was he going to use his sword to block it? This was not a two-handed greatsword. Could it be a powerhouse? Fu Changding was a little wary, but his spear went straight for it. Whether it was a powerhouse or not, he would know after trying. At that moment, Zhang Pengfei began to defend with his sword, just as Fu Changding had imagined. He was going to use his thin sword to block. Of course, it was not a block either. Zhang Pengfei's thin sword wrapped around the tip of the spear and exerted force in his hand. Obviously, he wanted to divert Fu Changding's spear so that he would miss his attack. Imagination was useless. Zhang Pengfei pulled, but it did not budge. Fu Changding's spear was still straight and had no intention of changing direction. At that moment, Zhang Pengfei could not stay calm and quickly began to retreat. However, Fu Changding was not a dead man. Once the spear moved, he moved too. When Zhang Pengfei retreated, Fu Changding followed. The spear was no longer just stabbing, but the spear shaft shook and the spear tip vibrated. Zhang Pengfei's thin sword vibrated and almost fell out of his hand. How dare you look down on me? Fu Changding was furious. This time he had found out that his opponent was very weak. He, Fu Changding, was also blessed by the heavens. How could ESNNU send such a weakling up to the stage? It was obvious that they were looking down on him. In his anger, his vitality erupted and the spear tip vibrated violently again. This time, Zhang Pengfei let go of his sword. Fu Changding did not stop there. With a flick of the spear tip, the thin sword flew straight out and nailed itself to the pillar of the stage, trembling nonstop. Fu Changding no longer stabbed his throat. With a shake of the spear shaft, the spear tip deviated from Zhang Pengfei's throat and flicked it heavily along Zhang Pengfei's neck. A crisp "pa" sound rang out. Zhang Pengfei cried out in pain. His vision went black and his body staggered, almost falling. The spear in Fu Changding's hand shook and bent into an arc again. A "paw" sound rang out again. This time it was his opponent's cheek. A bloody mark instantly appeared on Zhang Pengfei's face. Fu Changding did not make another move. He turned around and left the stage. His expression was not pleasant. The gymnasium fell silent in an instant. Second floor. Tang Feng frowned and said a little angrily, "SNNU sent a student like this to the stage. Are they insulting MCMAU?" SNNU's side was silent. After a long time, Old Snake said slowly, "Sorry, we didn't expect." Bairuashi also frowned and said, "Everyone, this is not an exhibition match." Zhang Pengfei's sword dance was beautiful. It was definitely a good show in an exhibition match. However, was this an exhibition match? This was a warm-up match before the championship. Many of ESNNU's instructors flushed red. Did they not know? They knew that this was not an exhibition match. However, Zhang Pengfei's strength was not that weak. Perhaps he had underestimated his opponent this time, because he did not have any opponents in ESNNU. Fu Changding happened to use a long weapon. His strength was among the top even in MCMAU. Zhang Pengfei was not among the top in ESNNU. Even ESNNU's top new students might not be able to enter the top tier in MCMAU. After a while, Zhang Pengfei was at least 2 to 3 grades below Fu Changding. In terms of strength, MCMAU's weakest student, Li Zhaoxiu, was probably stronger than him. Naturally, he would not be Fu Changding's opponent. The key was that he had lost too badly. Moreover, the disparity was too big. Just now the audience was cheering. In the end, the fight ended up like this. Even ESNNU's instructors could not accept it. Old Snake took a deep breath and tilted his head to look at the students beside him, who also had ugly expressions on their faces. He said in a low voice, "Qin Hongwei, it's your turn. Don't come up with any more tricks." Humph. Obviously, Old Snake was also angry. They had expected ESNNU to lose to MCMAU. However, they could not lose so badly and embarrass themselves so much. Tang Feng glanced at the silent Qin Hongwei. A smile appeared on his face. He was angry just now because he wanted to force ESNNU to let their hidden elites fight. Only then would it be effective to train their troops. If they were all like Zhang Pengfei just now, could it be that he wanted Fu Changding and the others to act cool? Jin Lei, it's your turn. Jin Lei was not tall. He did not bring a long weapon, but a pair of boxing gloves. He nodded lightly, got up, and walked downstairs. On the second floor, Fu Changding mumbled as soon as he went upstairs, "What the hell? I was so careful. That's enough." Tang Feng saw the ugly expressions on the faces of the people from ESNNU, so he did not provoke them anymore. Once was enough. If he provoked them again, they would really fall out. Below the stage, Jin Lei and Qin Hongwei had already started fighting. This time, the cheers from ESNNU were not as loud as before. Everyone was still in a daze. Zhang Pengfei, who was loved by countless girls, was defeated so quickly and so badly that his face was deformed. Everyone found it hard to accept. At this moment, even though Qin Hongwei and Jin Lei were fighting brilliantly, the crowd was no longer as enthusiastic as before. However, after a while, when they saw that Qin Hongwei seemed to have the upper hand, the SNNU students became energetic again. Fang Ping and the others could not be bothered with this. They were listening to Bairuashi's analysis. Qin Hongwei is already a peak rank 1. He should be using a weapon, but he's not using it now. He's probably hiding some of his strength. Of course, even if he goes all out, he'll at most be on par with Tang Songting. He's probably one of the top 2 or 3 students in ESNNU. He might be sent to fight in this championship, and he'll be one of the first team members. Yang Xiaoman looked below the stage and whispered, "Is this the level of the 8 School Alliance's first team?" Bairuashi smiled. "I'm just judging based on the current students. The result might not be the same. When the time comes, we'll know if he's in the first team or not. We'll have a rough gauge to use." Yang Xiaoman nodded slightly and smiled. If the first team of the 8-School Alliance is at this level, we might have someone who can defeat 5 of them. Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not. The 8-School Alliance will definitely have a final player. In the 8-School Alliance, Sino Nation Martial Arts University is the strongest, while East Sino Nation Normal University is ranked lower. Bai Ruashi reminded them. Then she said, "They're not as good as you guys since they entered the school. You guys didn't slack off either, so it's normal to leave them behind." However, the 8-School Alliance isn't made up of students who are martial artists before they enter the school. These people haven't shown up yet. As she spoke, Jean Lei was kicked by Chun Hongwei on the stage. He clutched his chest and could not stand up. The referee checked and announced Chun Hongwei's victory. This time, the cheers from ESNNU rang out again. Next round, Li Xiaoxiu, the next round, Sui Kai, and finally Tang Songting. Instructor. Yang Xiaoman was a little disappointed, not for herself, but for Chun Yunqi. Chun Yunqi did not even have the chance to go on stage for the warm-up round. Tang Feng said lightly she doesn't want to fight, so she doesn't have to. Peak Rank 1. A twice-honed Peak Rank 1. Among all the new students in Sino Nation, she's one of the best in terms of honed bones and vitality. However, she's afraid to fight. She's not even as good as Fang Ping. MMP. Fang Ping's face turned green. "Did I provoke you? What do you mean by not even as good as me? When did I fear to fight? Among all the new students in MCMAU, is there anyone who has killed more rank 2 martial artists than me?" Chapter 151. In East Sino Nation Normal University, MCMAU won 4 out of 5 matches. Other than Jean Lei's 1 loss, he won the other 4 matches. Of course, Li Xiaoxiu and Sui Kai didn't win so easily. On ESNNU's side, Chun Hongwei was the only one who showed his strength. Whether or not there were still hidden students who had yet to make a move, it was impossible to know for now. However, MCMAU did not care. The 8-School Alliance would send a total of 10 people. In the end, ESNNU would probably only send 1 or 2 people. If Chun Hongwei didn't make it, it meant that ESNNU had students who were stronger than him. If they did, it meant that ESNNU would end up like this. Since Chun Hongwei had hidden his strength, it meant that it was highly likely that he would participate in the competition. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to do so. From this, one could deduce something. On ESNNU's side, apart from Fu Chongding, no one else from the main team made a move. On the other hand, Fu Chongding did not use his full strength. Everyone was not afraid that MCMAU's strength would be exposed. On the 3rd of January, the members of MCMAU had yet to fight. On the 4th of January, it was Luo Yichuan's turn to lead the team to South China University of Science and Technology. At South Sino University of Science and Technology, Chun Yunqi still did not go on stage. This time, the main team's Xiao Xuemei went on stage to fight. Although it was only a warm-up match, Xiao Xuemei was extremely serious. The freshman from South China University of Science and Technology was almost kicked in the throat by her, scaring many ordinary students from South China University of Science and Technology into screaming. Chun Yunqi's face was pale the whole time. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. Yang Xiaoman and Xiao Xuemei felt it was unfair for her. Fang Ping could tell that the school was doing this on purpose to provoke the young lady. Chun Yunqi was not weak. Even Xiao Xuemei and Tang Songting were no match for her. She was a twice-honed, peak rank 1 martial artist. Although he did not know how well her combat technique cultivation was, looking at Bai Ruashi's calm demeanor, it should not be too bad. Bai Ruashi was Chun Yunqi's mentor. If her own student was really useless, she would not allow the school to force her to die. Now that he was pressuring Chun Yunqi, it was obvious that he felt that Chun Yunqi's strength was not bad. At South Sino University of Science and Technology, MCMAU won 3 out of 5 matches. Li Xiaoxiu and Jean Lei were defeated. South Sino University of Science and Technology and East Sino Normal University were similar in strength. Fang Ping and the others once again became spectators. After 2 warm-up matches, the school didn't make any more arrangements. For the next few days, it was time to rest and relax. Fang Ping, who had returned to school, had watched 10 matches in the past few days. He felt that he had learned a little. These people might not be as strong as him, but Fang Ping was only a rank 1 martial artist with limited experience. Watching other people's battles still gave him some inspiration. Students who could enter martial arts universities and perform were all unique in their own way. He had learned a thing or two from the student who had defeated Li Xiaoxiu at South Sino Martial Arts University. The opponent's ability was not too strong, at least not peak rank 1. However, when his opponent defeated Li Xiaoxiu, it was a relatively easy victory. This was because his opponent had been accumulating power before the battle, and when he entered the arena, he used the blade dragging technique. After dodging Li Xiaoxiu for a long time, he was able to accumulate enough power to send Li Xiaoxiu flying with a single slash, vomiting blood from his mouth. It was a move that could only unleash 20 calories of vitality, but when he gathered his strength, he could unleash at least 25 calories of vitality. Li Xiaoxiu did not expect his opponent to suddenly make a move after dodging him for so long. He was defeated in 1 move. In the next 2 days, Fang Ping consulted Lu Fengru and a few instructors who were good with saber techniques. Although the other party was neither his instructor nor a rank 6, Fang Ping still learned a lot from him. January 8th, 13th of the 12th lunar month. Fang Ping received a call from Fang Yuan. Fang Ping, I'm done with my exams. So fast? What's so fast about it? It's almost the new year. Moreover, it opens the day after tomorrow. A lot of people are going to watch. Of course, I have to hurry. When will the results be out? It's still early, Fang Ping. Don't tell me you're waiting for the results to be out before you let me go to Magic City. It'll be too late by then. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. How are you going to come alone if Mom and Dad aren't coming? Moreover, I'm worried. Pfft, I knew you were going to say that. Fang Yuan sneered, and then she said with a smile, Uncle Tan said he's going too, and I'll go with him. Director Tan? Yes, Mom and Dad agreed to. With Uncle Tan around, there's no need to be afraid of bad guys. It was obvious that the little girl trusted Tan Jinping. He was a veteran martial artist and the deputy director of Sun City's Department of Education. Fang Ping curled his lips. Although he did not want to look down on Tan Jinping, Old Tan was a pure vitality martial artist. He could probably only catch some ordinary thieves. However, Tan Jinping had an official identity. The government was the biggest martial arts organization in Sino Nation. With an official identity, it was indeed safer. Will Director Tan be driving or taking the bus? Taking the bus. There are more people going this time. Oh, right, those classmates of yours are coming too. They're on vacation? Didn't you know? They've been back for a few days. Fang Ping rubbed his forehead. He had been too busy these few days and did not have time to look at the group. These people had probably talked about it in the group. MCMAU had not gone on vacation yet. He did not know if it was because the holidays were late or because the championship had been postponed. There were not many students in MCMAU. The school did not go on vacation. Perhaps it was to make the school livelier and more popular. Otherwise, MCMAU would be too quiet. Almost all the seniors were not in school. At least half of the juniors were not there, and many sophomores were not there too. There were only about 3,000 students in the school. MCMAU was too big. It was so big that 3,000 people were scattered around the school. Sometimes, after walking for a few minutes, not even a shadow could be seen. Those who were timid would not even dare to walk at night. I haven't taken the cultural studies exam this year. Fang Ping thought of something else. They had not taken the exam yet. He did not know if it would be postponed. Then when will you arrive? The little girl had already said that she would come with Tan Jinping. It was obvious that he could not stop her, so Fong Ping did not try to dissuade her. I'll leave tomorrow. Fong Ping, remember to pick me up. Nonsense. If I don't pick you up, you won't even know your way home if you get lost. After chatting with Fong Yuan for a while, he told his parents. Fong Mingrong and his wife were not too worried. Their daughter was going with the deputy director of the Department of Education. Their son would be there to pick them up in Magic City. If they were still worried, it would be too dangerous outside. January 9th, Sun City. Everyone was given an exclusive carriage with Tan Jinping's identity. Tan Jinping was a deputy director of a small place, so of course he did not have that much influence. However, this time he was representing the Sun City municipal government. In name, he was going to Magic City to discuss business. Although Sun City was not a big place, it was still a county-level city. After communicating with the station for a while, they were finally given an empty carriage. At this moment, the high-speed rail from Sun City to Magic City had not been opened yet. Everyone was taking the train. Inside the carriage, Fong Yuan's face was full of joy. She held her friend's hand and grinned. When we reach Magic City, my brother will come to pick us up. I haven't seen him for a long time. The last time he came was during National Day. My brother has tickets. Don't worry, Xiaoling, we'll give it to you for free this time. No charge. Her friend, who was about the same age as Fong Yuan, was all smiles when she heard that. She asked uncertainly, No charge. What kind of person do you think I am? Fong Yuan looked unhappy. She snorted. We're good friends. You're also the deputy director of the Yuan Ping Club. Next time when we make money, you'll get a smaller share. Yuan. Xiaoling rebuked her, then started giggling. She did not care about how much she would get. Wu Zhihao and the others beside them were laughing. Tan Jinping laughed too. Yuan girl, even I know about your Yuan Ping Club now. Be careful, or your brother will spank you if he finds out. He won't. My brother knows about it a long time ago. Although she said that, Fong Yuan still felt a little guilty. Fong Ping did not know that she had started collecting membership fees. I didn't want to take it. Someone else insisted on giving it to me. Yuan Ping Club had started with a dozen girls from the experimental middle school. Now, it had expanded to the entire Sun City Junior High School. Fong Yuan felt a headache coming on. Should she tell Fong Ping that Yuan Ping Club now had 300 members? Forget it. I won't say it, the little girl mumbled guiltily. If Fong Ping found out that she was the big sister of 300 people, he would beat her to death. Everyone laughed again. Tan Jinping did not tease her anymore. It was just a child's play. Did she really take it seriously? If 300 martial artists had gathered in Yuan Ping, then the whole of Nanjiang would pay attention to it. However, 300 junior high school students, a rank, one martial artist, a practical combat type, could cut through a large area like a melon. Zhihao, you're going to become a martial artist soon, right? Tan Jinping ignored Fong Yuan and asked Wu Zhihao instead. Wu Zhihao smiled bitterly. It's still too early. My vitality has reached 145 calories, but I don't even have the pills for a breakthrough. Fong Ping also suggested that we should wait until we're twice honed before breaking through. Even if we can't twice hone, the higher the vitality, the better. We'll see if we can become a martial artist by the end of next semester. Brother Zhihao, you're not a martial artist yet. Fong Yuan asked in surprise. Wu Zhihao's expression was bitter. Children's words carried no harm. What did a little girl know? Martial artists were not that simple. Your brother has become a martial artist. Do you think everyone can become a martial artist after entering a martial arts university? Yang Jian asked curiously. Fong Ping has probably finished honing one of his limbs now, right? I don't know, but there's hope. MCMAU has more resources than us. That's true. Sigh. We're still worrying about our vitality reaching the limit, but he's already honed one of his limbs. The gap is getting bigger. Everyone sighed. Tan Jinping had some guesses. Had Fong Ping really only honed one of his limbs? That kid came back in October and said he killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists. If that was true, he would be an outstanding student in MCMAU. Who knew? He might have already honed one of his limbs. Everyone chatted for a while, and then they talked about the national championship. I don't know if the Martial Arts University Alliance can win the national championship this time. Our instructor said that if they win, we'll have a good life next year. If they lose, we'll continue to bury our heads in cultivation. Sai, I really hope they win. Tan Jinping was a little curious. He asked, "Is there anyone from Nanjiang Martial Arts University participating this time?" "I don't know." Wu Zhihao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I really don't know. The list of participants is confidential now. However, I heard that MCMAU and CCMAU seem to have confirmed it. Teams from the Big Two have gone to other universities for warm-up matches. I heard from our instructor that the teams from the Big Two are all peak rank 1 martial artists." Yang Jian said enviously, "Peak rank 1. I really can't be jealous. If we reach peak rank 1, we'll be at least in our junior or senior year, right?" Even if they became martial artists in the 2nd semester of their freshman year, if they wanted to hone more than 62 bones, they would not have enough resources to support them. They could only do small tasks to earn money. MCMAU's prodigies honed 1 bone in 3 days. They would have to spend 10 days, or even longer. It would take them 2 years to complete the bone honing. Peak rank 1, Tan Jinping sighed. After so many years, he was only peak rank 1. Some of these young people were younger than his son. However, these people had all caught up to him. At this moment, Fong Ping was not here. He did not know what he was thinking, or else he would have continued to give him a few more blows. Peak rank 1 from MCMAU and other universities were not people Tan Jinping could compare to. Let's not talk about combat techniques. In MCMAU's current 10-man team, even the weakest Li Xiaoxiu, who had not reached peak rank 1, had a vitality of 250 calories. Among those who had reached peak rank 1, Zhao Xuemei was considered the lowest. She was also around 280 calories. The others, like Fu Changding, were all charging towards 300 calories. Fong Ping was even more so. Everyone chatted, not feeling bored. When Fong Yuan woke up from her nap, the train had arrived at the station. The train station. Fu Changding yawned and said in a bored tone, "Haven't we arrived yet?" Zhao Xuemei asked curiously, "Fong Ping, your family has quite a lot of family members. They even drove 3 cars to pick you up." "What family members?" Fong Ping was speechless. "My family doesn't even know that I'm participating in the competition. Only my sister is here to watch. The others are my high school classmates and friends. Your family doesn't know." Fu Changding said in shock, "Then if you were beaten to death, get lost." Cough, cough, cough. "What I mean is this is such a big deal. Didn't you inform your family? My parents are normal people. How could they accept this so easily? If they knew I was going to compete, they would be shocked. I'm different from you guys. Your elders are martial artists, so you're used to it." After hearing his words, Fu Changding suddenly said seriously, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought about it. I always thought that I was the poor one, and your father was a rank 6 martial artist. Now that I think about it, my grandfather is only rank 6. Did we make a mistake?" Fong Ping sneered. "This shows that you're stupid. There's no other reason. Get lost. I'm curious. Where did you get so much money? Don't tell me you stole it?" This kid Fong Ping was really rich. At least he never had to worry about pills. Instead, he sold a lot of them. Fong Ping also knew that there were some loopholes in this story. However, he was short of money in the early stages, so there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he said mysteriously, "Don't tell others, actually a rank 9 grandmaster took a liking to me when I was young. He said that my bones are amazing. When I grow up, I'll definitely be able to save the world, so, really? Fang Ping said it casually, but Fu Changding looked serious and whispered, Is it really a rank 9 Grandmaster? Zhao Xuemei did not take it seriously before, but now that Fu Changding took it seriously, she could not help but say, Is there really a rank 9 powerhouse living in seclusion in Sun City? Is Wang Jinyang the same? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could they believe this? Was it because his acting was too good, or were the two of them too stupid? It was no wonder they believed him. In a small place like Sun City, 2 young martial arts powerhouses came out in a row. Fang Ping's strength might still be low, but he, a poor kid from a normal family, surpassed all the new students in MCMAU. From this point alone, it was not surprising that there were grandmasters who thought highly of Fang Ping. Maybe Fang Ping was bragging about being a rank 9, but it was not surprising that a rank 7 grandmaster thought that Fang Ping was a promising talent and nurtured him. Fang Ping did not know how to continue this lie. I was just saying it. Seeing that the two of them were serious, Fang Ping could only laugh dryly. I can't tell you in detail. Just pretend you didn't hear me. All right, then we won't ask. This matter is still far away from us. Since it was related to a Grandmaster powerhouse, the two of them did not pursue the matter. They only felt a lot more comforted. I was wondering why Fang Ping is stronger than me. It turns out that a Grandmaster is secretly nurturing him. This also means that we are not bad. The three of them casually talked about other topics. Fang Ping's eyes lit up and he smiled. We're here. In front, Tan Jinping and the others had also walked out of the train station. Fang Yuan had sharp eyes. He said excitedly from afar, Fang Ping, I'm here. Fang Ping's old face fell. It seemed like he had lost some weight. Chapter 152. At the train station, Fu Changding exclaimed, Fang Ping and his sister are so close. Yeah, look at how distressed he is. His sister didn't lose any weight, did she? Everyone around them was filled with emotion, impressed by Fang Ping's sibling relationship. Fang Ping, on the other hand, pinched Fang Yuan's cheeks and sighed. You've lost some weight. I told you to eat more. Why didn't you listen? In the past, when the cheeks were pulled apart, I remember it could be pulled to this distance. Fang Ping stretched out a hand and gestured, describing how the cheeks could be stretched very far in the past. Then he experimented with it. He pulled Fang Yuan's cheeks and said regretfully, Look, this is all I can pull now. Fang Yuan pouted and glared at him, not saying a word. I knew it. Xiaoling said enviously, Yuan Yu and your brother is so good to you. Haha. Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. If Fang Ping had not pinched her cheeks now, she would have believed him. However, this guy had been pinching her for 10 minutes. Fortunately, there were others around. Fang Ping cared for his sister for a while, then led everyone to the parking lot. He was not in a hurry to exchange pleasantries with Wu, Zhihao, and the rest. Fang Ping looked at Tan Jinping and smiled. Thanks for the trouble, Uncle Tan. Don't mention it. It's on the way. I was coming over anyway. Tan Jinping said, then took the initiative to ask, These two are… Oh, I forgot to introduce them. Sorry. Fang Ping introduced them immediately. This is Fu Changding, and this is Zhao Xuemei. They're my classmates at MCMAU. Oh, you're MCMAU's prodigies. Sorry for not recognizing you. Tan Jinping's expression was polite, but he was slightly surprised. These two gave him a dangerous vibe. Were all MCMAU students this strong? As for vitality, he could not sense it. Although he was also a peak rank one was different. Fu Changding and the rest were stronger than him. They deliberately hid their vitality, so Tan Jinping could not sense anything. If he could not sense it, then the others were not martial artists. They could not sense it at all. Fang Ping introduced everyone to Fu Changding and the rest. Everyone quickly became familiar with each other. As they walked, Fu Changding asked, Are you guys here to watch the championship? Wu Zhihao nodded and said, That's right. I heard from our instructor that the participants this time are all Sino-Nation martial arts university students prodigies. All of them are giants among men, although we are too far away from them. Being able to see their charm can also stimulate our desire to improve. Cough, cough. Fu Changding laughed dryly. What are you saying? It's not nice to flatter us in front of me, is it? Wu Zhihao did not notice anything amiss. Instead, he asked curiously, Brother Fu, you're also MCMAU students. You should know the students from MCMAU participating this year, right? Yes, yes. Fu Changding glanced at Fangping, clearly asking if he should say it. Should he say it? I really want to say it. If he did, would these people kneel down and worship him? Fangping rolled his eyes and ignored him. At this moment, Fangping did not intend to deliberately tell them about this. If he did, he would be bombarded with questions. Tomorrow, when the opening ceremony began, everyone would naturally know. He would not be around then, so he did not have to be bombarded by the storm. Since it was an established fact, it would be much easier to explain it in a few words. Seeing this, Fu Changding could only vaguely answer a few words. When Wu Zhihao asked about the seated contestants that were circulating on the internet, such as Zhao Lei, Fu Changding's gaze was extremely complicated. He said dryly, Yes, Zhao Lei is very powerful. At this moment, even Lu Ruoqi's interest was piqued. She asked softly, Zhao Lei, is he the same as the pictures on the internet? It was normal for girls to fall in love with people of the same age who were more powerful. Naturally, Lu Ruoqi did not fall in love, but she was naturally curious. That is a little different, right? Fu Changding was very conflicted. After a while, he said, His face might be a little fatter. He can change his face. Sometimes his face will become extra fat. Ah, Lu Ruoqi was dumbfounded. Could that happen? She suppressed her laughter and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. We're not close to Zhao Lei. Fangping is close to him. You'll know if you ask Fangping. Wu Zhihao looked surprised. Fangping, you're close to Zhao Lei too? Not bad. We've only met a few of the martial artists from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. You're doing well. It's all right. I'm not that close to him. I'd just like to help him change his face when I'm free. What? The few of them were a little confused. Fangping did not talk about this anymore. He smiled and changed the topic. Have you booked a hotel? Yes. I'm just worried that we won't be able to get one at the last minute. Brother, I haven't booked one with Shaoling. Fang Yuan said hurriedly. She was counting on Fangping. Why would she book a hotel in advance? I'm not asking you. Fangping rolled his eyes at her. How could he not know that? He asked the others about the hotel they had booked. It was near MCMAU. After all, the championship was being held there. The drive from the station to MCMAU was much shorter. In less than 40 minutes, the car stopped in front of the hotel Wu Zhihao and the others had booked. After everyone got out of the car, Fangping said, Uncle Tan, you guys settle in first. I'll send my sister and the others to Magic Martial Hotel. It was not that Fangping was reluctant to spend money to book a room here. It was just that Magic Martial Hotel was safer, and it was also nearby. Tan Jinping naturally had no objections. He thanked Fu Changding and Zhao Xuemei and agreed to have dinner together. Then, everyone entered the hotel together. After they left, Fangping said to Fu Changding and Zhao Xuemei, Sorry to trouble you this time. You guys go back first. I'll make arrangements for my sister. Sure, call me if you need anything. But Stingy Fang, you should buy yourself a car. Fu Changding joked. Fangping was speechless. I've been so busy recently. I don't have time to think about this. That's true. All right, we'll leave first. Fu Changding and Zhao Xuemei left soon after. They were actually busier than Fangping. Zhao Xuemei, especially, had only finished honing the last bone in her lower limbs last night. Fangping did not even plan to ask her to be a strong man when they left in the morning. Zhao Xuemei was the one who volunteered to help. After everyone left, Fang Yuan said with slight disappointment, "Brother, can't I stay in your dormitory?" She had heard from Fang Ping that he lived in a single dormitory. The dormitory area prohibits outsiders from staying overnight. It's okay to look around, but it's not okay for people to stay. Fang Ping shook his head. He was not making this up. MCMAU's dormitory area did not allow outsiders to stay. MCMAU's students and instructors all treated the dormitory area as their last sanctuary. It was okay for the instructors to bring their families, but Fang Ping was a new student, so he could not bring his family. As they spoke, Fang Ping carried their luggage and entered Magic Marshall Hotel together. There were more people in Magic Marshall Hotel than before. However, the receptionist at the lobby recognized Fang Ping immediately when she saw him. She quickly greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Fang." "Hello. Please help me with the check-in procedures. I have 2 sisters." "Sure. Please wait a moment." The receptionist did not ask Fang Ping to show any identification. They had a record. Soon, the check-in procedures were completed. Fang Yuan watched from the side. When they entered the elevator, she could not help but say, "Brother, you didn't pay." "It's free." "Free? Didn't I tell you? Accommodation and meals here at Magic Marshall Hotel are free. Of course, one person can only get 1 room. Really? Little girl, I knew you only care about money." Fang Ping scolded her with a smile. He brought the 2 of them to the 6th floor. Although it was not the room he stayed in last time, the layout was the same. Fang Yuan cheered as soon as she entered. She did not expect the room to be so big. "This is great. Fang Ping, I want to enter MCMAU in the future too." Fang Yuan hugged the sofa pillow, her face full of anticipation. "Just because of the free accommodation?" Fang Ping said helplessly, "You have such low expectations. We'll go down for dinner later. After dinner, I'll bring you to MCMAU in the afternoon. Also, don't run around. Keep your phone with you at all times. I won't be staying here tonight. Remember to call me if you need anything. You can also go to the hotel." I know. You're so long-winded." Fang Yuan was impatient to hear this. She quickly smiled and said, "Brother, do you know all the MCMAU students participating in the competition?" "Yes. Can you help me get their autographs?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. Fang Yuan explained hurriedly, "I'm not selling them. I'm keeping them for my collection." She said she was not selling them, but Xiaoling said confusedly, Yuan, we can use them to open up the market." He did not know where the 2 girls learned to talk about opening up the market and celebrity effect. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Yuan quickly covered Xiaoling's mouth with a rebuking expression. "Silly." After a while, Fang Ping accompanied them downstairs for lunch. When it was time to eat, Wu Zhihao and the others called and arranged to have dinner together. They were now going out for a stroll. Magic City had been very lively these few days. Fang Ping did not say anything. They were not children anymore. They could not get lost. At 2 p.m., Fang Ping brought Fang Yuan and Xiaoling to Magic City Martial Arts University. The moment they saw the main entrance, the 2 girls were shocked, just like the first time Fang Ping saw MCMAU's main entrance. Fang Yuan came prepared this time. She even brought a camera. She insisted that Fang Ping take pictures of them at the main entrance so that she could develop them and share them with her classmates. When they entered the school and heard Fang Ping's introduction of MCMAU, the 2 girls were shocked again. Such a big school, but there were only so few students. "Fang Ping, I must get into MCMAU in the future." Fang Yuan had lost count of how many times she had vowed. Xiaoling was also tempted. In their eyes, it was good that the school was so big. Moreover, MCMAU was very famous. After walking around the school for a while, Fang Yuan urged, "Let's go to your dormitory, quickly. Mom asked me to take pictures for her to see if you live well. She also asked me to see if you're close with your roommates. I don't think you have any roommates." When Fong Ping brought the two girls to the dormitory area, there was another round of exclamations. When they entered Fong Ping's dormitory, there was another round of exclamations. Fong Ping did not know where the two girls got their energy from. They were not tired at all. For the entire afternoon, Fong Ping was just a foil. After staying in the dormitory for a while, the two girls could not sit still anymore. They dragged Fong Ping out to walk around the campus. Along the way, Fong Ping saw a few classmates who were also walking around the campus with their families. MCMAU was usually not open to the public. Even if parents were here, they were not allowed to wander around the campus. However, it was different this time. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the championship. Although outsiders were not allowed to enter on a large scale, there were no restrictions for students to bring their families into the school. Many of the parents had similar reactions as Fong Yuan and Fong Yuan. Many of the parents' faces were filled with pride. Clearly, they were proud that their children could enter a university like MCMAU. After walking around half of MCMAU, Fong Yuan and Fong Yuan were finally tired. Considering that they would be staying here for a few days, Fong Yuan was not in a hurry to finish looking around in one day. Before they left, Fong Yuan's only disappointment was that she did not see the students who were participating in the competition. "Brother, when can we see the students who are participating in the competition?" "Didn't you see them?" "See them?" "I didn't." The little girl looked confused. Fong Ping laughed and said, "You saw them. You saw quite a few of them." "Really? Did I bump into them when I wasn't paying attention? Why didn't you remind me?" Fong Yuan pouted, a little unhappy. "Remind me, I can ask for autographs. There are fewer people now, but there will be more tomorrow." "Don't think about autographs. Haven't I signed enough for you? After dinner tonight, you and Xiaoling stay in the hotel and don't run around. I don't have time to pick you up tomorrow morning, but I'll send someone to pick you up. When the time comes, you can come to MCMA with him." Fong Ping had to attend the opening ceremony the next day. Naturally, he did not have time to pick them up. However, Li Qingzi could. "No need. We'll come with Sister Ruochi and the others tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, you should know your place. Don't make me worry. I'm not a kid anymore." "Who asked you to worry?" The siblings exchanged a few words. Fong Ping did not bring them back to the hotel. Instead, they went to the hotel where Wu Zhihao and the others were. At night, everyone had dinner together. Fong Ping ate in a hurry because he still had to return to school. Wu Zhihao and the others saw that he had something to do, so they gave up on the idea of a long conversation. They would be staying for a few more days anyway. After dinner, Fong Ping sent Fong Yuan and Xiaoling back to the hotel. He did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he went to the training room where he usually stayed. When he arrived, the main team and the reserves team were already there. Other than these people, a few rank 6 instructors were also there. Tang Feng did not say anything this time. He knew from Fu Changding that Fong Ping's family had arrived. As soon as Fong Ping arrived, Tang Feng said in a low voice, "Everyone is here. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. There will be no martial arts competition, but tomorrow we will draw lots to choose our first round opponents. It's best if we don't meet anyone from CCMAU in the first round. Although the Martial Arts University Alliance and the 8-School Alliance have many schools and geniuses, in our eyes, CCMAU is our biggest opponent. If we meet someone from CCMAU in the first round, then we might have to adjust our tactics. The main team should try to avoid getting injured so that it won't affect the competition later." Everyone did not say anything. What Tang Feng meant was that if they met someone from CCMAU in the first round, they might choose to strategically retreat. When that time came, it might be someone from the reserves team who would fight. However, the students obviously did not think so. Everyone was a prodigy. No one felt that they were weaker than anyone else. Moreover, if they avoided the first round, the later battles would be more difficult. This had its pros and cons. Tang Feng did not say much. They would talk about it when they met. After saying this, Tang Feng continued, "For this battle, the school has prepared something for everyone. 10 normal vitality pills, 5 rank, 1 vitality pills, and 2 rank, 2 vitality pills. Also, healing water, gold wound medicine, and healing pills have been prepared for you. Also, if you lack alloy weapons, you can borrow them from the school temporarily. Alloy weapons will have to be returned. However, if you don't need them, then don't borrow them. It might not be a good thing to use a weapon that is not suitable for you." MCMAU was not stingy this time. They had given quite a lot of vitality, replenishing pills, and healing pills. Although the alloy weapons could only be borrowed, it was better than nothing. After making these arrangements, Fang Ping went to the logistics department and borrowed a machete, a pair of boxing gloves, and a dagger. Fang Ping actually wanted to borrow a set of full-body armor, but Old Man Li said that he did not have it. Fang Ping did not believe that he did not have it, but Old Man Li did not lend it to him. Obviously, the school had no intention of letting everyone hide in their armor and fight. Fang Ping could only give up on the idea. Chapter 153, 10th of January. The National Martial Arts Championship for new students officially began. Early in the morning, countless people gathered in front of MCMAU's main gate. In front of them, countless reporters occupied the front lines, their cameras flashing nonstop. Magic City's Governor Huang is here. Department of Education's Deputy Minister Zhang. Magic City Department of Investigation Services Director. Are those people from the military department? People from the business world are here too. That's the Deputy CEO of Fosun, right? Pacific Insurance's CEO is here too. He's definitely up to no good. Don't tell me he's here to claim someone's life. Outside the crowd, Fang Yuan stood on her tiptoes, sweating anxiously. She said angrily, "We can't see anything. Why won't they let us in?" Tan Jinping smiled and comforted her. "When the VIPs enter, it'll be our turn." Compared to the VIPs in the center, they were lucky to be able to enter and watch the battle. Tan Jinping did not ask for much. As for his superior's superior, the Department of Education's deputy minister, that had nothing to do with Tan Jinping. There were too many small fries like him. How would they know who he was? Where are the martial arts university students? Someone asked curiously. Tan Jinping did not care who asked and said casually, "I think they entered from another gate." Wu Zhihao, on the other hand, complained, "Where did that kid Fang Ping go? I wanted him to bring us in earlier, but he's already gone. My brother said he had something to do, so he asked us to go in first." Fang Yuan helped her brother explain. If Fang Ping had nothing to do, he would not have left her, his sister. The few of them followed the crowd, pushing and shoving as they chatted loudly. The VIPs in the center had entered one after another. Soon it was their turn. Very soon, when the VIPs entered, MCMAU's side began to lead the team and arrange for the audience to enter. 7 or 8 minutes later, everyone followed the team and walked into MCMAU Stadium. The crowd had just entered, and it was a little noisy. Soon a powerhouse went up on the big stage in the center of the stadium and shouted, "Silence! Find your seats. Don't make any noise. This is a martial arts championship, a non-celebrity concert. Maintaining silence is the greatest respect for every martial artist. No one is allowed to interfere with the competition's order. No one is allowed to make noise for no reason. No one is allowed to insult the participants." The expert on the stage announced many rules in a row, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Only then did everyone realize that this was not a concert that they usually went to watch, and the friendly competition was not a theatrical troupe either. Any martial artist was a privileged class in society. Allowing them to enter the arena to spectate today was already a first. Aside from the underground boxing markets, ordinary people were not allowed to spectate such formal, large-scale competitions. After announcing the rules, the martial artist on stage continued, "The first National Freshman Exchange Competition officially begins." The audience was stunned for a moment. So fast? The leader's speech is over. Aren't the guests going to introduce themselves? While everyone was still in a daze, someone at the side of the stage held a microphone and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please keep quiet." For this exchange competition, the beautiful martial artist beside me, and I will be explaining it to everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Huarong, a rank for martial artist from the Martial Alliance. Chun Xueyan, rank for martial artist from the Ministry of Education. Lu Huarong looked very young in his early 30s, and he always had a smile on his face. Although Chan Xuan also had a smile on her face, it was not as natural. This exchange competition was open to the public, allowing ordinary people to spectate. There was no consensus on this before, so everyone had a lot of ideas on how to organize the competition. Some suggested that it should be more approachable, and that they could even invite some famous, amusing hosts in the industry to explain. However, many people disagreed, thinking that it should be more serious. The exchange competition was not a circus, nor was it an exhibition competition. This was a very serious martial arts competition. There were many things involved, including the thoughts of the participating martial artists. These people were prodigies, not circus members. After arguing for a while, they finally came to a compromise. They invited the glib Lu Huarong to do some simple on-site explanations, and also invited Chen Xuyan from the Ministry of Education to be the secondary host, mainly responsible for supervision. This was to prevent Lu Huarong from getting carried away and affecting the competition. Both of them introduced themselves. Soon, Lu Huarong smiled and said, "To be honest, this is the first time I'm hosting a large-scale martial arts championship in front of so many people. Let's cut to the chase. I'll briefly introduce the background of this exchange competition. There were a total of 99 martial arts universities in the Sino Nation. Capital City Martial Arts University and Magic City Martial Arts University were the most well-known. The other 97 universities were Sino Nation Martial Arts University, Capital City University, East Sino Nation Normal University, South Capital Martial Arts University. 8 martial arts universities formed the 8-School Alliance. As for the other 89 martial arts universities, they formed the Martial Arts University Alliance. This time, the 4 teams participating in the championship were Capital City Martial Arts University, Magic City Martial Arts University, 8-School Alliance, and Martial Arts University Alliance. The competition was a team battle format. Each team could only send out a maximum of 5 people for a one-on-one battle. The loser would step down from the stage, while the winner could continue to accept challenges. The team that remained until the end would be the winner. The rules were simple. In addition, the order of the participants would be reported in advance. The first round of the competition would be decided by drawing lots. The main purpose of today's opening ceremony was to let everyone get to know the members of each team and draw lots to determine their opponents. There were 99 martial arts universities in the country, and there were tens of thousands of new students in martial arts universities. Those who were able to participate in the competition today, even if they were just reserve team members, were the prodigies of Sino Nation's younger generation of martial artists. Next, let us get to know these geniuses. After a few years, we might be able to see their silhouettes at the pinnacle of various industries. Next, let's welcome the host team, Magic City Martial Arts University. Backstage, Fu Chongding straightened his clothes and said nervously, "I'm suddenly a little nervous." "Me too. There are so many people. There's so many grandmasters on the second floor." Everyone was a little nervous, even Fong Ping. Beside him, Bai Ruashi comforted, "Don't be nervous. It's just a formality. It's not a competition today. You must overcome it. If you're nervous this time, you'll be in trouble when you get on the stage." Everyone nodded quickly. There would be so many people in the upcoming battle. If they were nervous this time, they might lose their lives if they made a mistake in the next competition. When he heard the shouts from the front, Fong Ping exhaled and calmed down. "Let's go up." Although everyone was a little nervous, they still had the necessary etiquette. After hearing his words, they all followed Fong Ping to the front stage. At the front stage, while waiting for them to go on stage, Lu Huarong flipped through the information and smiled. I've seen some of the information on the internet. At that time, Magic City Martial Arts University's student Zhao Lei was very popular. Zhao Lei was Magic City's Gaokao champion in 2008. He was already a rank 1 martial artist before he even entered the university. Everyone thinks that student Zhao Lei will definitely be stronger now. This is inevitable. Unsurprisingly, student Zhao Lei is also in MCMAU's participating team, and he's one of the main team members. However, MCMAU's team captain this year is not student Zhao Lei. Of course, the captain may not be the strongest, but students who are not strong will definitely not be the captain. Then, who is MCMAU's captain this time? As Lu Huarong spoke, Fong Ping had already stepped forward. Everyone, do you see that? The one walking in front of MCMAU's team is MCMAU's captain, student Fong Ping. Student Fong Ping, how about you greet everyone? On stage, Fong Ping bowed slightly and said, Hello everyone, I'm Fong Ping, a freshman from Magic City Martial Arts University's School of Weaponry. Off stage, Fong Yuan was completely dumbfounded. That's my brother? The little girl's head was spinning. Why was Fong Ping on stage, and why was he the captain? Beside her, Xiaoling's eyes lit up, her face full of admiration. Big Brother Fong is actually MCMAU's participant, and he's even the captain. Yuan, your brother is too amazing. On the other side, Wu Zhihao and the others seemed to have been cast with a body-freezing spell. They looked at each other. After a while, Wu Zhihao said bitterly, He's the captain. This guy. He's actually MCMAU's team leader for the competition. He actually didn't tell us. Yang Jian was completely speechless. Lu Ruoqi was relatively calmer. She asked in a low voice, What is Fong Ping's actual strength? There was no need for them to guess. Lu Huarong, who was standing at the side of the stage, smiled and said, Student Fong Ping is from MCMAU's School of Weaponry. He's at the peak of rank 1, and he's also the champion of the 08 Auspicious Sun City Martial Sciences examination. Of course, this is information submitted by their school. Don't take it seriously, everyone. MCMAU may not necessarily reveal the full strength of their students. Chan Shuyan, who had been silent all this while, interrupted. It's not that he might not, but he definitely won't reveal his full strength. According to the information submitted by MCMAU, their captain, Fong Ping, specializes in the lion's roar technique. Do you believe it? Cough, 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 there's also this one. I actually didn't see it. Sorry. On the stage, Fong Ping felt a little awkward. Could he not be more reliable? The person who submitted the information from MCMAU. Could he be more serious? After all, Fong Ping was not the only one on the stage. Lu Huarong and Wu Zhihao talked about Fong Ping for a while before the topic quickly moved on to the others. There are a total of 5 members of MCMAU's main team. Besides the captain, Fong Ping, everyone is more familiar with member Zhao Lei. Student Zhao Lei, why don't you get to know everyone? Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry freshman Zhao Lei. Student Zhao Lei is very cold. The information says that student Zhao Lei specializes in iron head technique. Lu Huarong could not help but laugh. Looks like MCMAU is not going to reveal the true strength of their students. Student Zhao Lei is also a peak rank 1. MCMAU's 3rd member, student Fu Chongding. Hello everyone. I'm Fu Chongding, a freshman in the School of Weaponry. Student Fu Chongding is also a peak rank 1. He ranked 4th in the Gaokao in Capital City. The 3 people ranked ahead of him have all chosen Capital City Martial Arts University. I think that if MCMAU and CCMAU meet, it will be very interesting. There will also be many battles between the top scorers. MCMAU's fourth member of the main team, Yang Xiaoman. Although student Yang Xiaoman is a girl, she is not inferior to men. Her performance in MCMAU is also extremely outstanding. Yang Xiaoman was also Heian Province's provincial champion in '08. MCMAU's fifth member of the main team, Zhao Xuemei. This is also a girl. She also entered MCMAU as a champion. Zhao Xuemei was Qinghu City's champion in '08. At the same time, she is also Donglin Province's third flower. MCMAU's reserves team member, Chun Yunqi, peak rank, 1 strength, Jingnan Province's champion. MCMAU's reserves team member, Tang Songting, peak rank, 1 strength. MCMAU's reserves team member, Jin Lei, upper stage rank, 1 strength. Lu Huarong gave a simple introduction to the 10 members and finally smiled. What a luxurious lineup. 7 peak rank, 1 strength members, 3 upper stage rank, 1 members who are also close to peak rank 1. The provincial champion and city champion are even more crowded. This is MCMAU's new team. Thinking back after I entered a martial arts university, I reached peak rank 1 in the second semester of my sophomore year. I only entered rank 2 in my junior year. Until I graduated, I was still rank 2. Young people nowadays are very powerful. I think maybe in a few years, these prodigies will surpass us. Lu Huarong sighed and quickly smiled. Next, let's invite CCMAU's participating members to the stage. As soon as the Capital City Martial Arts University's team appeared, Fang Ping and the others all looked over. The leader was a skinny boy who wasn't very tall. It didn't take long for the crowd to know who that person was. MCMAU's team leader is a little unexpected, but CCMAU's team leader was guessed correctly. Han Su, peak rank, 1 strength, National Martial Science Exam Champion. Student Han Su, are you really rank 1 strength? Lu Huarong asked with a smile. Han Su was extremely serious and said meticulously, I am peak rank 1. Capital City Martial Arts University's 10 members are all peak rank 1 martial artists, no rank 2. CCMAU's lineup is even more luxurious. All 10 of them are peak rank 1 martial artists. Fang Ping and the others were slightly solemn. It was not easy for MCMAU to gather 7 peak rank 1 martial artists, but they did not expect CCMAU to have all of them. When the 8 school alliances members went on stage, the lineup was also very luxurious. The captain, Wei Bin, and 4 members of the main team were also peak rank 1. The other 5 were also upper stage rank 1. Among them was East Sino Nation Normal University's Chen Hongwei. Of course, after seeing so many peak rank 1 members, the audience below the stage did not care too much. It was only when the members of the Martial Arts University Alliance went up the stage that there was another uproar. The captain of the Martial Arts University Alliance, Sun Mingyu, from Beijiang Martial Arts University, early stage rank 2. Main member Chen Jiaxing, from Donglin Martial Arts University, early stage rank 2. Main member Bai Yin from Nanjiang Martial Arts University, peak rank 1. Reserve member Wang Huaijin, from Donggu Martial Arts University, upper stage rank 1. Fang Ping heard a familiar name, Donggu Martial Arts University's Wang Huaijin. He also took another look at Bai Yin from Nanjiang Martial Arts University. As for the 2 rank 2 martial artists from the Martial Arts University Alliance, Fang Ping did not pay much attention to them. He was not the only one. On CCMAU's side, Han Su did not pay much attention to the 2 rank 2 martial artists either. There was a commotion below the stage. They did not expect the Martial Arts University Alliance to produce 2 rank 2 martial artists when the Big 2 and the 8 School Alliance did not have a single rank 2. On the second floor of the stadium, many grandmasters were sitting there. At this moment, someone suddenly laughed and said, There's not much point in playing these little tricks on the Martial Arts University Alliance. Someone said coldly, whether it's meaningful or not, we'll know when the time comes. Hee hee, they're attracting a lot of attention now. However, when the two martial artists are casually pierced through by rank one martial artist, hee hee, then you'll know what it means by the higher your praise, the harder you fall. With regards to the Martial Arts University Alliance's intentions, everyone present was smart enough to guess it in an instant. They were attracting attention. The Martial Arts University Alliance was very strong, very impressive. Were two martial artists impressive? CCMAU and the other schools did not have any. Neither did the 8-School Alliance. Only the Martial Arts University Alliance had two martial artists. What did this mean? It meant that the Martial Arts University Alliance had many geniuses and resources. However, the people present were not stupid. Some even scoffed. Two early-stage two martial artists. Would they really be invincible once they entered rank 2? On MCMAU and CCMAU's side, any random member of the main team could easily pierce through the two martial artists. When that happened, it would be truly embarrassing. The people from the Martial Arts University Alliance did not mind. They smiled faintly and said, "We'll just wait and see." Then I'll wait and see. I really want to see how it feels when two martial artists are pierced in the first round. The other powerhouses who were not from martial arts universities did not say anything. They looked like they were watching a good show. Chapter 154. Looking at the 40 young martial artists in front of you, I dare to say that in the next 10 to 20 years, there will be a group of them who will be all-powerful and active in all walks of life in China. Lu Huarong gave such an evaluation, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. Of all the elites in martial arts universities in a year, there would always be someone who stood out. This was inevitable. Next, let's welcome the 4 captains. Fan Ping, Han Su Weibin, and Sun Mingyu walked out. Tomorrow will be the first round of the competition. There will be 2 rounds of competition on the same day. The winners group and the losers group were divided. Another important goal of today's opening ceremony is to draw lots to choose our opponents. Lu Huarong said loudly, "Now, let us invite the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education, Minister Zhang Beihao, to host the drawing of lots." On one hand, letting a grandmaster host the competition showed how much importance everyone attached to it. On one hand, it was to show absolute fairness. No one could do anything under the nose of a grandmaster, not even another grandmaster. Moreover, all the martial arts universities were under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. The other martial arts universities would not have any objections if this grandmaster-level deputy minister was in charge. I hope it's not CCMAU. On the second floor, Tang Feng muttered. Even if he drew the Martial Arts University Alliance, Tang Feng was not too worried. MCMAU and CCMAU were able to stand tall for so many years, firmly occupying the first and second positions. Of course, they had confidence. They were all the most outstanding geniuses. Even if normal martial arts universities were like them and provided resources freely, geniuses were still geniuses. You guys did not waste time. But did the geniuses of MCMAU and CCMAU waste time? They were already ahead of you in the first place. And within half a year, they would continue to be ahead of you, unless they were geniuses that had yet to be discovered. The Martial Arts University Alliance had produced two martial artists. How long would it take for them to cultivate to rank 2? He had the time to practice combat techniques. You have time to carry out missions. There were so many geniuses in CCMAU and MCMAU. It was not that no one could achieve rank 2. There were plenty of them, but how many of them would choose to break through now? In Tang Feng's opinion, the Martial Arts University Alliance sending out two martial artists was a sign of a lack of confidence. He was worried that Fang Ping would pick CCMAU. Tang Feng was not the only one praying. Some of the teachers from other schools were also praying. What kind of opponent he faced in the first round would have a huge impact on the rest of the competition. In a battle between the strong, the most likely outcome would be that both sides would be heavily injured, which would benefit the people behind them. On the stage, Zhang Beihao raised a transparent box and said with a smile, "There are 4 small balls inside, and each ball has a name. Choose one yourself." Fang Ping exhaled and stepped forward to choose one. The other 3 didn't hesitate, and each chose one. The arena instantly quieted down. Everyone was looking forward to the outcome of the first round. Below the stage, Fang Yuan snapped out of her daze and prayed softly, "Please don't be the Martial Arts University Alliance. Please don't be the Martial Arts University Alliance." To many, the Martial Arts University Alliance was too dangerous. 2 rank, 2 martial artists. On the other hand, the other 3 parties were all rank 1 martial artists. The gap between them was huge. Hence, whoever went up against the Martial Arts University Alliance first would have a higher chance of losing. The Martial Arts University Alliance ranked first, CCMAU second, MCMAU third, and the 8 School Alliance fourth. This was the ranking in everyone's minds. However, Fang Yuan did not know that Fang Ping was currently muttering, "Martial Arts University Alliance, Martial Arts University Alliance." Standing next to him, Sun Mingyu's face was frighteningly dark. What does that mean? Looking down on them? On the other side, Han Su suddenly smiled and said, "Sorry, the Martial Arts University Alliance belongs to us. You guys fight against the 8 School Alliance." F***CK. Fang Ping cursed, feeling a little unhappy. He curled his lips and said, "Consider yourselves lucky. There's no need to argue about this. We'll fight sooner or later." "That's true." The 2 of them talked as if there was no one else around. Beside them, Wei Bin grinned and said, "Both of you, aren't you a little too confident?" Sun Mingyu was even more furious. Fang Ping's "consider yourselves lucky" meant that it would be easy for CCMAU to go up against them. On the other hand, he was actually saying that he had given CCMAU the chance to be in the limelight. Of course, in their eyes, it was not unusual for a rank 1 to defeat a rank 2. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was a cross-rank challenge. It was too awesome. Fang Ping did not look at Sun Mingyu. Instead, he glanced at Wei Bin and smiled faintly. "We have to be confident. Our leading instructor said that we have to fight our first battle beautifully. If we win, it'll be easy and we can give out credits freely. If we lose, then we're done for." His voice was not soft. The audience in front might not have heard it, but the powerhouses on the second floor definitely heard it. Huang Jing glanced at Tang Feng, and the corner of Tang Feng's mouth twitched. "Damn it, when did I say that the credits could be freely given out?" This kid, Fang Ping, was spreading rumors in front of so many people. Wei Bin didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "That's what our mentor thinks too." The few of them chatted for a while before Zhang Beihao opened his mouth. His voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the stadium. In the first round, Capital City Martial Arts University versus Martial Arts University Alliance. Magic City Martial Arts University versus 8 School Alliance. Tomorrow, January 11th, 8:00 in the morning, Capital City Martial Arts University and Martial Arts University Alliance will begin the opening battle. It didn't matter whether it was in the morning or in the afternoon. The reason why they let CCMAU and the Martial Arts University Alliance fight the first match was to attract attention. One was the strongest martial arts university, the other was the 89 School Alliance with 2 rank, 2 martial artists. The battle between the 2 sides could instantly ignite the crowd. Sure enough, when they heard that it was going to be a battle between these 2 in the morning, the audience below the stage was looking forward to it. From the introduction of the players, to the introduction of the 40 players, to the drawing of lots, it took a total of nearly 2 hours. In the end, Zhang Beihao did not step down from the stage. Instead, he gave a closing speech, and the opening ceremony came to an end. Fang Ping and the others had not yet stepped down from the stage, but the news had already spread on the internet. Tomorrow's first battle, CCMAU versus 89 School Alliance. MCMAU versus 8 School Alliance. 89 School Alliance has 2 rank, 2 martial artists. The other school's main forces are all peak rank 1. CCMAU's captain, Han Su, lives up to his name as the national champion and continues to lead Capital City Martial Arts University. MCMAU's captain, Fang Ping, is the only one in the MCMAU team who is an aspiring martial artist in the Gaokao. The only 2 rank 2 martial artists, Sun Mingyu and Chen Jiaxing, amazed the audience. The opening of the National Martial Arts University Championship welcomes 12 Grandmaster powerhouses. The internet was in an uproar. Countless people were looking forward to the battle between CCMAU and Martial Arts University Alliance the next day. There were also some reports about Fang Ping. This genius, who is amazing in the eyes of ordinary people, had the weakest Gaokao resume among the 40 members this time. Even those from the Martial Arts University Alliance had Gaokao results that were no worse than Fang Ping's. Most of the people, like Sun Mingyu and Chen Jiaxing, were martial artist candidates who had been retained by the local martial arts universities. The championship was proposed by the Martial Arts University Alliance. They had probably prepared for it long ago. They had paid a huge price before the Gaokao to retain many martial artist candidates. The outside world was in an uproar. When Fang Ping arrived backstage, his team members beamed with joy. Yang Xiaoman giggled. The 8 School Alliance's strength is average. Wei Bin's strength is unknown, but we still know Qin Hongwei and Zhang Guanglin. One from East Sino Nation Normal University, the other from South Sino University of Science and Technology. These 2 people's strength is at most similar to Tang Songting's. Hey, can't you always use me as an example? Tang Songting was a little unhappy. How did I become the benchmark to measure everyone's strength? As they were talking, Tang Feng walked over and said in a low voice, "Don't be careless." As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping, you'll be the first to fight tomorrow." Me. Fang Ping said in surprise that, "Won't people see through our trump card?" "You're quite confident. Do you really think that you're MCMAU's trump card?" Tang Feng laughed and said, "Don't look down on anyone. You have to win your first battle beautifully. If you're really capable, then you'll have 5 victories in your first battle. Let me see if you're qualified to take credits as you please." When Fang Ping heard this, he immediately knew that Tang Feng was being petty again. Tang Feng did not care what he thought. He continued, Fang Ping in the first position, Fu Changding in the second position, Yang Xiaoman in the third position, Zhao Xuemei in the fourth position, and Zhao Lei in the rear. Zhao Lei wanted to say something, but he did not. He was worried that he would not get a chance to fight at all. Fang Ping sighed softly. "If I fight, the others won't even have a chance to showcase themselves. Instructor, this is a little unfair to them." Tang Feng's face darkened. "You, kid, really have no limits to your confidence." Tang Feng could not be bothered with him. He turned and walked away, saying as he walked, "It's fine if you win, but if you lose, Fang Ping, you'll lose because of your carelessness. You can't bear this responsibility." His words were very heavy. If Fang Ping really lost because of his carelessness and caused MCMAU to lose the first battle, MCMAU's losses would be calculated in the tens of billions. Fang Ping really could not bear this responsibility. "Understood. All right, you guys go do your own things. Try not to leave the university if there's nothing important these few days." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Feng had already left. As soon as he left, Fu Changding said hurriedly, "Fang Ping, don't really wear them. At least leave 2 for me." "And me? Do you guys really think they're cabbages?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He thought for a while before saying, "Wei Bin's strength shouldn't be weak. If he's the rear, I'll leave them for you guys. Otherwise, I'll definitely have to reveal a little of my strength. It'll be bad if others find out about my strength. CCMAU is our opponent. I have to be careful of Han Su. Fang Ping, you're so confident. I have to admire you. Zhao Xuemei could not help but laugh. In Fang Ping's opinion, if he was willing to reveal a little of his strength, he could really kill the other party in one go. Whatever you think, I'll try to leave you guys some soup. Fang Ping laughed. At that moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He glanced at the number and said hurriedly, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Go. A few minutes later, at the Western restaurant in front of MCMAU's main entrance, Fang Yuan looked at Fang Ping curiously. After a while, she said, Brother, how did you become the captain? Wu Zhihao was also confused. He quickly said, That's right. Didn't you become a martial artist not long ago? How did you become a peak rank 1 and the captain of MCMAU? I've been a martial artist for 4 to 5 months. Is it strange that I'm a peak rank 1? Fang Ping chuckled. No matter what, I'm a thrice-honed martial artist. It's not strange that I'm fast. MCMAU has been rewarding a lot lately. With some resources, I naturally reached peak rank 1. Then why are you the captain? Nonsense. I'm the best, so of course I'm the captain. All right, don't ask these useless questions. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, Brother, is it dangerous? It's fine. It's just a championship, not a life-and-death battle. Besides, I'm very strong. No one in this competition is a match for me. Don't worry. Then I'll call Mom and Dad. Don't. We'll talk about it after the competition. Mom and Dad don't go online anyway. Don't tell them now. Fang Yuan nodded in confusion. She did not think too much about it. In many people's eyes, there was indeed no danger in this martial arts competition. The students were just sparring and communicating. There was no danger at all. Since Fang Ping said not to tell them now, Fang Yuan did not go against his wishes. She would tell her parents later. Everyone still could not accept the fact that Fang Ping had become the most powerful MCMAU freshman. They were a little absent-minded when they ate. Initially, when Fang Ping became a martial artist, everyone could say that it was because of MCMAU's good environment and good treatment. However, not only did Fang Ping become a martial artist, but he also represented MCMAU in the championship. This could not be explained by just good treatment. There were so many people in MCMAU. There were so many martial artists. Why were they not the ones fighting? That day, Fang Ping did not accompany his sister and the others for a stroll. After lunch, Fang Ping returned to school early to prepare for the first battle the next day, 11th January. In the morning, MCMU Gymnasium. Fang Ping and the others arrived early. The contestants were also invited to the second floor as an exception, sitting together with the grandmasters. Spectators who had bought tickets began to enter the stadium one after another. The competition tickets this time were all sold one ticket. One ticket allowed one to watch from the beginning to the end. Martial arts universities did not expect to earn money from selling tickets. Allowing 5,000 spectators was already the limit. If they sold tickets according to the number of matches, it would be troublesome and could easily cause chaos. First floor. Lu Huarong and the others' hosting platform was also far away from the central arena. Instead, it was moved to a corner. They could see the situation in the central arena clearly without disturbing the other side. Fang Ping saw Fang Yuan and the others on the second floor. The little girl looked around but did not see Fang Ping. She was a little disappointed. CCMAU's team and the Martial Arts University Alliance's team were not here. Instead, they were backstage on the first floor, on the other side of Fang Ping, and the others sat Wei Bin and the others. The second floor was bustling with noise even before the fight started below the stage. Fang Ping thought that the grandmasters were all enigmatic and taciturn. Soon, however, Fang Ping realized that he was wrong. CCMAU versus the Martial Arts University Alliance. Hee, there's going to be a good show. I wonder if CCMAU will let Han Su fight. If he's defeated in one go, then Old Wei and the rest should stop complaining about unfairness in the future. The one who spoke was none other than MCMAU's Huang Jing. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the Martial Arts University Alliance retorted, "You should worry about yourselves. MCMAU has the title of second place, but it lacks the strength to do so. For so many years, it's been relying on its foundation. Last time, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Wang Jinyang defeated rank 1. I don't know whose face it is." Cough, cough. Some of the martial arts university leaders in Magic City coughed softly. These words were too much of a blow. Last time, it was not just MCMAU that was defeated. However, MCMAU was the strongest, and the most embarrassing one was still MCMAU. It was not embarrassing for them to pretend that they did not hear it. Huang Jing smiled faintly. Don't always treat a special case as the norm. You talk about Wang Jinyang every time you open your mouth. Don't you know what's going on with that kid? Moreover, it's not like there's no one in MCMAU who can't beat him. It's just unnecessary. Losing means it's unnecessary and winning means it's only natural. At this time, someone from CCMAU suddenly said, MCMAU is MCMAU. CCMAU is CCMAU. Wang Jinyang didn't gain any advantage in CCMAU. When he heard that Jiang Su was back, that kid ran away immediately. He's smart. Since when did CCMAU learn to shoot off their mouths? CCMAU shouldn't use the past to talk about things. These years, MCMAU has been working hard to improve. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know once you pull it out for a walk. These grandmasters did not appear to be on anyone's side. Instead, they fought for themselves, each representing their own forces. Often, one sentence was "you two against me," and the next sentence was "we two against you." Fang Ping and the other small fries listened with great interest, almost forgetting about the upcoming battle. Fortunately, the referee whistled, interrupting everyone's conversation. Below the stage, the battle had officially begun. On the big screen, the battle order submitted by both sides was displayed. CCMAU, Han Su Liran, Zhang Jingguang Martial Arts University Alliance, Sun Mingyu by Yin, Chun Jiaxing. Both sides had sent out their captains in the first round. Obviously, everyone wanted to play it safe in the first round. At the moment, everyone still did not understand their opponent's situation. If they lost the first battle, it would easily affect their morale. Naturally, it was best to send out the strongest. The Martial Arts University Alliance's captain would fight in the first round. Chun Jiaxing, a rank 2, would hold the line. It was probably to prevent the other side from defeating all 5 of them in one go and embarrassing themselves. Chapter 155. In the arena, Han Su was the first to step out. Han Su was holding a long spear in his hand. Fang Ping subconsciously looked at Fu Changding. Tang Songting snickered softly. Someone is a fan of Han Su. He's been oppressed for 3 years. Shut up. Fu Changding's expression did not look too good. He scoffed and said, Too many people use guns, but there are only a few weapons. Fang Ping and the others looked at each other, but did not say anything to discourage him. Perhaps it was, as Tang Songting had said, Fu Changding had been suppressed for too long, so he was subconsciously imitating Tang Songting. Soon, Sun Mingyu also went on stage. Fang Ping was a little surprised that Sun Mingyu was using a long-handled axe. He had thought about using this as well. It was similar to the one old Ching had on TV. But later, Old Manly recommended using a saber, and he did not insist. He didn't expect Sun Mingyu to use a long-handled axe. In the arena, Han Su was meticulous and very serious. He bowed and said, Capital City Martial Arts University, Han Su. Martial Arts University Alliance, Sun Mingyu. At this moment, there was a referee present. Fang Ping knew the referee. He was an instructor from MCMAU who had the strength of a rank 5. The audience below the stage also focused and watched the match. Begin. The referee did not waste any time. After the two of them bowed to each other, he shouted, "Begin!" Both of them moved at the same time. Sun Mingyu's arms instantly thickened, and his long-handled axe chopped down like lightning. Han Su's response was not to draw his spear, but to leap into the air. With this leap, Han Su jumped to 3 meters high. Fang Ping and the others could almost look at Han Su at the same level. Han Su, who had leaped into the air, took a few steps in the air and leaped over Sun Mingyu's long axe. Only then did he thrust his spear downwards at lightning speed. Insignificant skill. Sun Mingyu roared. The long axe that was about to chop down was suddenly pulled back by him. Before the crowd's gazes could move away from Han Su in the air, they saw the large Sun Mingyu's nimble body twist his waist to avoid the spear tip. In the next moment, Sun Mingyu pulled back his long axe and hacked at the falling Han Su. Han Su didn't panic. He changed the direction of his spear and instantly hit the edge of the axe, borrowing the force to continue leaping forward. With this leap, Han Su suddenly fell behind Sun Mingyu instead of facing him head-on. Sun Mingyu quickly turned around, and his long axe changed from a slash to a sweep, sweeping behind him. "Be careful!" At this moment, someone couldn't help but shout. Before Sun Mingyu realized what had happened, Han Su, who had been behind him just now, moved his feet like a ghost and moved in front of him again. As for Sun Mingyu, he was in the middle of turning and sweeping. The inertia of the long axe caused him to turn in the direction of the axe's slash. Before the ordinary people could come back to their senses, Han Su, who had not moved his spear since the first thrust, stabbed his spear from the side like a thunderbolt. Pooh! The long spear left an afterimage in the air and instantly pierced into Sun Mingyu's waist. Poochie! After thrusting his spear forward, Han Su immediately withdrew his long spear, and a large amount of scarlet blood immediately splashed out from Sun Mingyu's waist. So fast! On the stage, Fang Ping and the others quickly stood up and squeezed to the railing. No one stopped him. Fang Ping's expression was slightly solemn. Han Su was too fast. When he landed behind Sun Mingyu turned around and slashed at him. It all happened in an instant. But at this moment, Han Su had already moved to Sun Mingyu's side and quickly stabbed him with his spear. By the time Han Su pulled out his spear, Sun Mingyu had already turned around and slashed. So fast! This was said by Lu Huarong. Lu Huarong's tone was rapid as he said, Han Su's stepping technique has achieved full mastery. At the beginning, it was just a feint, not an attack at all. Sun Mingyu's waist is heavily injured. Before he could finish a sentence, Sun Mingyu, who had already suffered heavy injuries, actually had no intention of giving up. Just as Han Su pulled out his spear, a hand suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear. Although Sun Mingyu's speed was not as fast as Han Su's, the sharp pain of the spear piercing his waist allowed him to react. His first reaction was not to admit defeat, nor was he to retreat. Instead, he used his left hand to defend and grabbed the spear tip. Blood instantly gushed out from his hand. However, Sun Mingyu did not seem to care. He firmly grabbed the spear tip, and the long axe that had already made a half circle followed his hand and slashed at Han Su again. Han Su had obviously underestimated Sun Mingyu. His expression changed instantly. The long spear in his hand trembled, and with a poochie, the spear tip pierced through Sun Mingyu's palm. However, Sun Mingyu did not seem to feel any pain. He gripped the spear tip tightly, a hint of madness in his eyes. The long axe was already slashing at Han Su's waist, wanting to cut Han Su in half. The referee at the side was already ready to fight. These two people went on stage to fight to the death. Han Su's advantage was his speed, but his strength felt slightly weaker than Sun Mingyu's. On the other hand, Sun Mingyu did not care about his injuries, nor did he waver because of them. Very soon, the tables were turned. He wanted to cut Han Su in half. Han Su's expression changed slightly, but there was no fear. At this moment, when everyone thought he was going to dodge, Han Su suddenly twisted the long spear. In the midst of everyone's dazzled eyes, Han Su actually pulled out a long sword from the spear shaft. A sword hidden in the spear, Lu Huarong said hurriedly. He also took the time to interrupt. In reality, before he finished speaking, Han Su's sword slashed horizontally at Sun Mingyu's left hand that was holding the spear. Puchi! Everyone heard the sound of metal scraping. Immediately after, the next scene made many of the audience scream. Han Su's sword had cut off Sun Mingyu's left hand. Sun Mingyu also let out a scream, but he no longer cared. With a bang, the long axe slashed at Han Su, who had hastily returned to defend. Pooh! Although Han Su pulled his sword back to defend, he was still hit. Suddenly, he took a few steps back, blood spilling from his mouth. Sun Mingyu was like a mad demon. He no longer cared about his severed left hand, his right hand gripping the long axe tightly. He raised it again and slashed horizontally. Han Su's face was pale. Anger flashed in his eyes. He did not even pick up the long spear. With a quick step, his figure flashed, and the tip of his sword stabbed at Sun Mingyu's throat. Surrender! On the second floor, a martial arts University Alliance powerhouse roared. The referee at the side moved instantly. He clamped the tip of Han Su's sword with one hand and shouted, "CCMAU wins!" Although it took a long time to describe, in reality at this moment it was only less than 20 seconds. In 20 seconds, the rank 2 martial artist Sun Mingyu's waist was severely injured, and his left hand was broken. Han Su took the opponent's axe head-on and also suffered internal injuries. Blood kept seeping from his mouth. If it were not for the referee, Sun Mingyu would have died. Very soon, someone went on stage and helped Sun Mingyu off the stage. Someone picked up the severed hand and hurried away. A doctor kept spraying healing mist on Sun Mingyu's wound. On the second floor, the Martial Arts University Alliance powerhouses looked gloomy. The leaders of CCMAU did not look too good either. The first battle was not a good one. Sun Mingyu could almost say goodbye to this championship, but Han Su exposed his sword in the spear and was injured. Off stage, the audience finally came back to their senses and suddenly became noisy. This is so cruel. That person just now, his hand was cut off. They're all students. How could they do this? How could they? Mingyu! Someone cried, hurriedly got up and ran backstage. Silence. On the second floor, a Grandmaster powerhouse roared. The battle continues. You can leave the stage, but no noise. The referee also shouted, Han Su, continue. Continue. Han Su's face was gloomy. He took a healing pill and had no intention of stopping. Very soon, the second martial artist from the Martial Arts University Alliance went on stage. Martial Arts University Alliance by Ian. I know you, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's genius martial artist. Han Su did not know if he was really interested in him or if he was just stalling for time. However, before he finished speaking, Bai Yin had already struck with his saber. This saber strike was just as fast. On the stage, Fong Ping exclaimed, "Manic explosion!" Yes, Bai Yin was also using manic explosion. Moreover, this saber strike was slightly faster than Fong Ping's. Of course, the vitality outburst was not as good, probably around 25 calories. Han Su's figure was like a ghost, disappearing under the saber's blade in an instant. Ghost steps, mid-level footwork. I thought Han Su was a straight shot, but I didn't expect him to walk the path of an assassin. Lu Huarong explained hurriedly. Yes, an assassin. Han Su was like an assassin, not a spear master like everyone had imagined. Bai Yin had seen his footwork earlier, so naturally He knew that Han Su could easily avoid it. Just as Han Su closed in on him, Bai Yin suddenly pulled back his saber. He did not retract the vitality outburst earlier. Instead, he unleashed an even stronger vitality outburst. The saber slashed through the air, creating a clear whistling sound. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. No one knew when, but Han Su's sword was already stabbing toward Bai Yin's heart. As for Bai Yin, he had pulled out his saber and hit the sword just now. It was obvious that he had predicted it. Han Su's expression darkened again. He pulled out his sword abruptly, and his figure disappeared from the spot once more. Bai Yin stood where he was without moving. Suddenly, Bai Yin slashed to the left. Clang! Bai Yin slashed, and Han Su disappeared from his previous position once more. Mother asterisk her, it's very troublesome to meet an opponent like this. Tang Songting cursed, then looked at Fu Chongding and said, "Your idol doesn't use a spear." Shut up. Fu Chongding was not in a good mood. He stared at the audience and said, "If Bai Yin goes on like this, his vitality will be depleted. Han Su is about the same. He was injured when he fought with Sun Mingyu just now." Everyone did not discuss Sun Mingyu's broken palm. This was good enough. If it were not for the open competition, no one would have stopped Han Su from stabbing him to death. Just as everyone finished talking, Bai Yin suddenly staggered. Someone had stabbed him in the back. The wound was not deep, but Bai Yin's spine cracked, and the long sword was stuck for a moment. Han Su clearly did not expect this to happen again. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and tried to run. However, Bai Yin did not know if it was a trap or if his battle instincts were really strong. The moment he clamped the tip of the sword, his left leg kicked backward at an unbelievable angle. It was a kick. Bai Yin could not use his saber at that moment. He turned around to slash, but this kick came at the right time. It landed on Han Su's calf. With his calf injured, Han Su's movements slowed down. This delay gave Bai Yin an opportunity. The Martial Arts University Alliance's contestants all have strong willpower. Behind them, Lu Huarong sighed and said with some admiration, whether it's Sun Mingyu or Bai Yin, if they met Han Su in the wild, they would definitely die. However, Sun Mingyu ignored his injuries and struck Han Su with his axe, injuring him quite badly. Bai Yin deliberately lured Han Su to attack his back, but he took the opportunity to injure Han Su's leg. Now Bai Yin has gone from a defensive battle to a tug-of-war. It's a matter of who can hold on first. Han Su previously fought with Sun Mingyu and was injured quite badly. He might not be able to outlast Bai Yin, Chen Shuiyan added. Lu Huarong immediately denied it. Not necessarily. Bai Yin has slashed 8 times since the beginning, and each slash was at full strength. He has consumed more than 200 calories of vitality. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Han Su's situation isn't that bad either, right? Han Su's vitality is stronger than his, and his footwear consumption is slightly lower. Then who do you think will last until the end? Han Su, but even if he wins, he won't have the strength to participate in the 3rd round. It had to be said that Lu Huarong had good judgment. After another 20 to 30 seconds, Bai Yin slashed his last time and shouted, "I surrender!" As soon as he said that, he could not stand still. He staggered and almost fell. Han Su also stopped moving with a pale face. He snorted softly and did not say anything. A few of Bai Yin's slashes had grazed him. At this moment, Han Su was no longer as calm as before. His clothes had many tears, and his exposed skin was also covered in many bloody marks. The referee did not give him time and asked immediately, "Han Su, do you want to continue?" "No need." Han Su did not choose to continue. He picked up the long spear on the ground and walked straight down the stage. In the first 2 rounds, all 3 of them were injured. Sun Mingyu's injuries were the heaviest, but Han Su did not have it easy either. In fact, his injuries were even more serious than Bai Yin's. Bai Yin's only serious injury from the sword on his back. Below the stage, among the crowd, Wu Jihao's face was pale. Is this the championship? It had only been 2 rounds, but everyone could feel the danger and coldness. Han Su cut off Sun Mingyu's palm without hesitation. Bai Yin used his body as bait and turned around to slash at Han Su. He did not hold back either. If Han Su had not reacted quickly, he would have been cut in half. For the 3rd round, Capital City Martial Arts University sent out Li Ran. She was a girl, but she was the one who had defeated Fu Changding. She was also a swordsman powerhouse. On the Martial Arts University Alliance's side, their martial artist was slightly weaker. He was pinned to the stage by Li Ran's sword. His opponent screamed in pain and was quickly carried off the stage. At this time, Fang Yuan, who was in the front row, was about to cry. She looked around for Fang Ping, that big liar, lying to her that there was no danger. Because Fang Ping had given her a ticket, she sat in the front row to watch the battles. She had seen everything clearly from the beginning to the end. When Sun Mingyu's palm was cut off in the 1st round, she had even seen the falling palm move. Beside her, Xiaoling was so scared that she closed her eyes, not daring to watch. Fang Yuan did not dare to watch either, but she could not find Fang Ping, which made her even more anxious. Fang Ping was so focused on watching the battles that he had forgotten about his sister. In the 4th round, Li Ran was up against a burly martial artist from the Martial Arts University Alliance. Fang Ping did not remember his name. Now he remembered it. The 2nd member of Beijiang Martial Arts University's main team, Sun Mingyu's schoolmate, Liang Weiyao. Perhaps it was to avenge Sun Mingyu, but Liang Weiyao's fighting style was extremely brutal. He did not use a weapon. Instead, he wore a pair of gloves. The moment Li Ran drew her sword, Liang Weiyao grabbed it. Li Ran did not have time to let go of her sword. Liang Weiyao punched her in the chest and sent her flying more than 10 meters away. Her body was covered in blood, and blood kept flowing from her mouth. It almost looked like she had been punched to death. The crowd became rowdy again. She's a girl. Don't be a girl. Didn't this girl just pierce through someone's foot with her sword? But now, isn't this a spar? How did they end up like this? Some people found it hard to accept. It was too cruel. At this moment, almost all of the 6 people on stage were injured. Furthermore, their injuries were not light. Li Ran and Sun Mingyu were both seriously injured. CCMAU had 3 people left, and the Martial Arts University Alliance had 2 people left. The last one was the rank Tu Qinjiashing. At this moment, Lu Huarong could not care less about those discussions. Instead, he asked curiously, on CCMAU's side, Han Su and Li Ran have left one after another. Although they have one more person than the Martial Arts University Alliance, the Martial Arts University Alliance still has a rank 2 martial artist. Who will win and who will lose? Now we have something to look forward to. Will CCMAU's Zhang Xinguang defeat Liang Weiyao first, and the 3 of them will take turns to fight Qin Jiaxing, or will Liang Weiyao and Chen Jiaxing clear the Martial Arts University Alliance's name? Zhang Xinguang is from the Zhang family. He doesn't walk the path of toughness, but the path of softness, using softness to overcome hardness? Qun Xueyan added. Today's first battle is full of surprises. Sun Mingyu was defeated too quickly, and Han Su also left the stage too quickly. Why do I feel that these new students are fighting more fiercely than me? I'm old, really old. Martial artists should be like this. If they don't even have the courage to fight, they don't deserve to be martial artists. Qun Xueyan said coldly. The audience's expressions were incomparably complicated. Was this what a martial artist should be like? Their imaginations of wielding the power of the world when they were awake and lying on the knees of beautiful women when they were drunk were just fantasies. In the midst of everyone's complicated feelings, CCMAU's 3rd martial artist went up to the stage. This battle was not as fast or as brutal as the previous ones. Zhang Xinguang focused on avoiding. When he fought with Liang Weiyao, he also retreated as soon as he made contact. Everyone was not used to this. Compared to the previous few battles, the difference was too big. However, in the end, when Liang Weiyao's vitality was insufficient, everyone realized that they had been thinking too much. Zhang Jingguang, who had been slow all along, suddenly grabbed Liang Weiyao's right hand, and then forcefully broke his right hand. The sound of the fracture could be heard clearly by the people in the front row. The Martial Arts University Alliance had 4 battles and 4 injuries, and all of them were seriously injured. The 2 grandmasters on the second floor of the Martial Arts University Alliance had already turned so gloomy that their faces were bleeding. Fang Ping and the others also fell silent. Huang Jing walked over at some point and said lightly, "In the afternoon, fight as if it's a life or death battle. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you." "I know," Fang Ping replied in a muffled voice. Before this, he had still harbored some fantasies. However, after seeing the bloody scene now, he would be courting death if he still thought of defeating instead of killing them. At this moment, Lu Fengru's words rang in Fang Ping's mind. There's no sparring. Once you're on the stage, it's a life or death battle. Chapter 156. In the midst of everyone's complicated emotions, the last member of the Martial Arts University Alliance went on stage. Chun Jiaxing, rank 2 martial artist, Donglin Martial Arts University's freshman. Second floor. Zhao Xuemei's expression was slightly complicated. He's Donglin Province's Gaokao champion. Fang Ping remembered that Zhao Xuemei ranked 3rd in Donglin Province's Gaokao. "You know him?" "I met him once. Donglin Martial Arts University once invited us martial artist candidates, hoping that we could stay in Donglin Province. At that time, I was thinking about the big 2, so I didn't agree. At that time, I met Qin Jiaxing. He hoped that we could stay. He said that he hoped that Donglin people could contribute and bleed for Donglin. At that time, I didn't understand. Now I kind of understand. He might have known about the catacombs beforehand. There's an entrance to the catacombs in Donglin." Fang Ping did not respond. If what Zhao Xuemei said was true, then Chun Jiaxing staying at Donglin Martial Arts University was not just because of the benefits. On the stage, Chun Jiaxing's expression was normal as he stepped onto the stage. Chun Jiaxing held a machete in his hand. Before Fang Ping could look closely, he heard someone whisper, "Wu Go! Wu Go!" Someone repeated, then suddenly said, "Donglin's Chen family?" "It's the Chen family. Grandmaster Chen died in battle in 1996, 12 years ago. 13 years ago now. Before he died, the Chen family was left with only one heir." Someone could not help but look at the 2 grandmasters from the Martial Arts University Alliance and asked in a low voice, "He's the only heir of the Qin family?" One of the grandmasters from the Martial Arts University Alliance said solemnly, "That's right. He's the only heir of the Chen family. Why don't men carry Wu Go and conquer 50 states? The Chen family," someone murmured softly with a complicated expression. The Chen family's Wu Go was the name of Chun Jiaxing's grandfather. No, not only the Chen family's grandmaster. The Chen clan had been using the Wu Go for many generations, so they were a family worthy of respect. In the 1996 Donglin catacombs riot, the Qin family of 18 people, except for the young Qin Jiaxing, led the family to the catacombs entrance and fought to the death. In that battle, 17 people from the Qin family perished. In the years that the catacombs had existed, how many inspiring and tragic martial artists had appeared in the shadows? How many of them had sacrificed their lives for the sake of fame and fortune? However, like the Chen family, it was extremely rare for all of them to die in battle, from grandmasters to rank 1. When Fang Ping heard this, his gaze turned complicated. The catacombs, he had never been to the catacombs. He had only heard of them. He did not experience them personally, so he did not know what kind of trauma the catacombs would cause to humans. However, when he found out that Chun Jiaxing's entire family, other than him, had died in the catacombs, Fang Ping's feelings were indescribably complicated. Was this what it meant to be a martial artist? Was today's battle not for personal gain, not for reputation, but to fight for more cultivation resources, to make catacombs entrances like Donlin safer? Perhaps this was Qin Jiaxing's idea? Fang Ping did not know if he had guessed wrong, but he would rather think so. The martial artists of the Martial Arts University Alliance fought to the death without retreating. Perhaps they also knew the sorrow of being weak, so they fought to the death. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. As the crowd discussed in low voices, one of the CCMAU powerhouses said indifferently, "The Qin family is worthy of respect, but since CCMAU was founded, 14 grandmasters have died in battle. We dare to fight, can fight and never avoid a fight. This is CCMAU. We didn't squander those resources, and we didn't let anyone down. This battle has nothing to do with right or wrong." The grandmasters of the Martial Arts University Alliance also smiled faintly. "Indeed, so we never use our family background to win anything. Chen Jiaxing could enter the main team because of his strength, not because of the Chen family." The grandmaster's words made Fang Ping and the other young people feel something again. Fang Ping did not know if it was sorrow or admiration. The others upstairs were silent at this moment. Over the years, how many grandmasters had died in battle? Martial Arts University Alliance, Chen Jiaxing. Capital City Martial Arts University, Zhang Jingguang. Zhang Jingguang, who had just broken Liang Weiyao's arm, looked solemn. This was the second-rank 2 martial artist to participate in this battle. Although the first-rank 2 martial artist, Sun Mingyu, had been defeated by the rank 1 martial artist, Han Su, Sun Mingyu had also displayed the strength of a rank 2 martial artist. If he had not risked his life to injure Han Su would not have been able to leave the arena with Bai Yin so easily. Both of them saluted. As soon as they were done, Chen Jiaxing moved like thunder. The wugo suddenly split into 2 dual blades. Chen Jiaxing had no intention of hiding it. The Chen family's wugo was a dual blade style, only fighting and no defense. The 2 wugo drew streaks of light in the air. Zhang Jingguang did not choose to fight this time. He did not use weapons, but he was not afraid at this moment. Chen Jiaxing rushed toward him, and Zhang Jingguang's feet landed heavily on the ground. In the next moment, Zhang Jingguang's trouser legs burst open. He pushed off the ground and rushed straight toward the wugo's range. Zhang Jingguang's hands were fast. He found the gap between the dual blades in an instant. Both his hands reached into the gap and grabbed Chen Jiaxing's right hand. "Combat skills," Lu Huarong said in a low voice, and then quickly explained, "This is a combat skill that evolved from military tactics. Looks like Zhang Jingguang does not only know how to use softness to overcome hardness. When it was time to be fierce, Zhang Jingguang was extremely fierce. He was not Han Su, but he could not outlast the rank 2 Chen Jiaxing. He might not be able to consume much of his opponent's vitality. If that was the case, he might as well fight fiercely. Even if he lost, Chen Jiaxing would not feel good." Before Lu Huarong finished speaking, the wugo in Chen Jiaxing's hand spun and slashed toward Zhang Jingguang's hands. Zhang Jingguang's arm twisted and grabbed his right hand. With a roar, he threw him over his shoulder. Chen Jiaxing did not move. He let out a long roar and stomped his right foot on the ground. The arena seemed to tremble. Very strong. Fang Ping was slightly serious. Chen Jiaxing honed his upper limbs at rank 1. But his lower body was as still as a mountain. It was not because his lower limbs had been honed, but because his pole standing was strong. The peak of the firm stance. This was Fang Ping's judgment. Maybe it could also be the elevated stance. Zhang Jingguang had obviously judged that Chen Jiaxing's lower limbs were not honed much, which was why he chose close combat. This time, however, his judgment was wrong, and he was in danger. Chen Jiaxing was not thrown out, but Zhang Zhenhua would have to pay the price. The wugo spun so fast that Zhang Jingguang could not throw his opponent away. In the next moment, the wugo drew streaks of blood on Zhang Jingguang's arm. His sleeve was instantly cut into pieces, stained red, and fell to the ground. After that, Zhang Jingguang suddenly realized that he was no match for his opponent in a head-on fight. He immediately began to retreat and chose to fight. Next, Chun Jiaxing's actions attracted Fang Ping and the others' attention again. Chun Jiaxing, who was wielding dual sabers, actually began to throw them. One saber was thrown out, and the other was close. The wugo that was thrown out spun in the air. As Chun Jiaxing closed in, it began to attack Zhang Jingguang's back. Is this F***king being used as a boomerang? I think it's a flying guillotine. It's impossible to guard against. Is this the correct way to use dual sabers? The key is that he has strong control and uses his strength just right. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. The participating martial artists on the second floor were discussing in low voices. From the looks of it, Zhang Jingguang was bound to lose. It all depended on how much vitality he could consume from Chun Jiaxing. CCMAU still had 3 people left. Even if Zhang Jingguang lost, there were still 2 people behind him. Everyone's strength was not weak. It would not be that easy for Chun Jiaxing to defeat all 3 of them. The result was as expected. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Jingguang was pincered from the front and back. He could not keep up with the rhythm for a while, and his left arm was hooked by Chun Jiaxing's wugo, tearing a flesh wound. He had to leave the stage for treatment, the 7th battle. At this time, everyone realized that CCMAU's tactics had changed. Drag. CCMAU's 4th martial artist on the stage had honed his lower limbs. His pole standing was also at the firm stance, and he had cultivated his footwork. The opponent did not confront Chun Jiaxing head-on, nor did he come into close contact. He just circled around the stage. Many people below the stage had the urge to curse. The previous 6 battles were all hot-blooded. Even Zhang Jingguang, who fought weakly at the beginning, was also hot-blooded in the later stages. However, CCMAU's 4th person had almost never come into contact with Chun Jiaxing. At this moment, it was a matter of who could take it first. Either their vitality was depleted, or they made a mistake and were caught by the opponent. CCMAU's people ran in circles. Chun Jiaxing could not be indifferent. He also kept spinning in the field, keeping an eye on his opponent to prevent a surprise attack. Both of them tangled for more than 10 minutes. This was also the longest battle in this competition. Until many people were yawning, Chun Jiaxing suddenly erupted. At the cost of taking a punch from his opponent, he knocked his opponent out of the stage. Is he going to counterattack? Fu Changding clicked his tongue and said, CCMAU is left with one last person. Although Chun Jiaxing's vitality has been depleted, it's not that he can't fight. Han, Su, Liran, and the others have already left the stage. Now, CCMAU is in trouble. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He stared at the last person from CCMAU and said, If you were CCMAU, would there be no one for the finale? The Martial Arts University Alliance chose Sun Mingyu for the first battle and Chun Jiaxing for the finale. MCMAU chose Fang Ping for the first battle and Zhao Lei for the finale. The last person's strength would not be weak. Otherwise, it would be easy to be defeated. Was CCMAU's last person really the weakest? CCMAU's last person, Fang Wenxiang. Fang Ping remembered Lu Huarong's simple introduction to Fang Wenxiang. It was not too eye-catching. Donghu Province's 7th place in the college entrance examination. Donglin, Donghu, and Donggu provinces were all in the east of Sino Nation. They were also considered economically developed areas. To be able to get 7th place in such a province was at least equivalent to being in the top 3 in Nanjiang. However, there were a lot of provincial champions participating this time. A 7th place did not attract much attention. Fang Wenxiang did not use a long weapon either. Instead, he wore a pair of boxing gloves that covered both his arms. Fang Ping was a little envious. It could cover both arms. This could already be considered a defensive armor-type weapon. MCMAU actually did not lend him a full-body helmet. In Fang Ping's jealousy and envy, Fang Wenxiang quickly fought with Chun Jiaxing. Chun Jiaxing's boomerang saber was a threat to others, but Fang Wenxiang did not care. Whether it was a frontal attack or a back attack, Fang Wenxiang could quickly swing his arms to block. The Wugo chopped sparks on the arm guard, but it could not do anything to Fang Wenxiang. Chun Jiaxing had already fought 2 people in a row. His vitality was insufficient. Before he could change his tactics, Fang Wenxiang suddenly roared. Everyone saw that his fists were like the claws of a dragon, swift and fierce like a tiger. Both fists slammed into Chun Jiaxing's Wugo with a bang. Chun Jiaxing was obviously not a match for it. He retreated continuously. However, Fang Wenxiang's speed was also extremely fast. He did not care about the Wugo's attack and directly hammered at close range. Donghu Fang family's heaven-shaking fist. Lu Huarong recognized Fang Wenxiang's move. Then he exclaimed, "The vitality outburst of both fists is close to 50 calories. This is the person with the deepest combat techniques progress so far." Fang Wenxiang's fist force exploded. His vitality was as high as about 50 calories. Chun Jiaxing was beaten until he retreated continuously. His face became paler and paler. When he was hammered 4 times in a row, Chun Jiaxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Seeing Fang Wenxiang's last punch smashing toward his head, Chun Jiaxing gritted his teeth and did not shout out the words of surrender. Upstairs, a grandmaster finally sighed and said, "Surrender!" The referee moved instantly and blocked Fang Wenxiang's fist with one hand. CCMAU wins. The referee announced the result loudly. Chun Jiaxing was still kneeling on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. His face was full of sorrow. In the first battle, the Martial Arts University Alliance suffered a crushing defeat. Although they had fought until the last person, the 5 main team members were all seriously injured. Even he had suffered serious internal injuries at this moment. The Martial Arts University Alliance's members were not weak. However, when they encountered CCMAU, the opponent was stronger. Everyone in the Martial Arts University Alliance was injured. The Martial Arts University Alliance has lost. The only main team members who can still fight tomorrow are Chun Jiaxing and Bai Yin. Zhao Xuemei sighed softly. Out of the 5 main team members, 3 could not fight tomorrow. If they lost tomorrow, they might not have the chance to fight again. According to the competition rules, if Fang Ping's side won the 8-School Alliance, then they would fight against CCMAU. If they won CCMAU and the Martial Arts University Alliance lost to the 8-School Alliance, then both sides would not have the chance to meet. If MCMAU lost to CCMAU, then both sides would have to fight again. Whether there would be a third match mainly depended on the outcome of the Martial Arts University Alliance tomorrow. If they won, then they still had a chance to turn the tables. If they lost, the best result was only 3rd place, provided that they could defeat MCMAU, who had lost to CCMAU. Fang Ping did not care so much. He turned his head and said, "Let's go. It's our turn in the afternoon." He was just about to leave when Tang Feng suddenly appeared and said, "Your instructor went out again, but she knows that the Donghu Fang family is here. She asked me to tell you that if you don't beat the Donghu Fang family down this time, she'll beat you down." Fang Ping almost vomited blood. Everything was his fault. She asked him to defeat Han Su, asked him to defeat 5 in the afternoon, asked him to defeat Fang Wenxiang of the Donghu Fang family. He did not mention the benefits, but there were a lot of disadvantages. Tang Feng laughed and said, "Don't worry. Your instructor and that person from the Fang family have a grudge for many years. If you help her vent her anger, you'll be rewarded when the time comes." "Fang Wenxiang, huh?" Fang Ping muttered. The other party was very strong, not necessarily weaker than Han Su. At least the last few heaven-shaking fist outbursts had around 50 calories vitality, almost at the level of a killer move. In order to hone their bones, These freshmen actually did not cultivate their combat techniques that deeply. After all, they were too young and had too little time. It was already very difficult to reach the level of a killer move. At least the main forces of the Martial Arts University Alliance and CCMAU did not show that their combat techniques had reached the level of a killer move in their first battle. However, they had basically mastered the use of combat techniques. The lowest outburst of vitality was around 30 calories. We'll see. It's still early anyway. If MCMAU wanted to meet CCMAU, they had to win the match in the afternoon first. Tomorrow, the Martial Arts University Alliance would fight against the 8-School Alliance, and the day after that, it would be their turn to fight against CCMAU. Tang Feng did not say anything else. Finally, he said, "Be careful in the afternoon. Don't screw up." "I know." As Fang Ping and the others left, the audience below the stage began to disperse. However, at this moment, there was no longer the enthusiasm and noise from the beginning. Many people were silent. A total of 8 matches were fought in the morning, and no one died. However, of the 10 contestants who went on stage, except for Fang Wenxiang who went on stage last, all of them were injured. There were also 3 or 4 who were seriously injured. The matches were much more intense than they had imagined. This was only the first round. What next? Would the matches in the afternoon be the same as in the morning? Would it be even more intense when they fought for first place at the end? The audience did not know and could not understand why these students would risk their lives and fight to the death without retreating. Unless they were truly exhausted, none of the 5 main players of the Martial Arts University Alliance would admit defeat when they still had energy to spare, even if they knew they were no match for their opponents. Walking out of the gym, Fang Ping exhaled softly. Before he could say anything, he suddenly heard someone crying, "Brother!" As soon as she said that, Fang Yuan rushed into Fang Ping's arms, sobbing, "Can we not compete in the afternoon? Brother, let's not fight anymore." Fang Ping gently rubbed her head, smiling. "What are you thinking about? I'm the captain. Brother, let's not fight anymore. They're so cold-blooded." Fang Yuan's face was still tinged with fear and tears. The 8 matches in the morning had really frightened her. In her imagination, a martial artist was like a star, so dazzling, so free and unrestrained. Her impression of her brother was a big bad guy who smiled cheekily, cheated her of her pocket money, and pinched her cheeks. He was not like the martial artists on the stage today, who fought to the death the moment they stepped on the stage. Silly girl, this is a real martial artist. How can I not compete? Fang Ping murmured softly. At this point, if he did not compete, he would not be able to survive in the martial arts circle in the future. MCMAU would not agree to it, and neither would the Department of Education. Even if he were to exaggerate, the government would not agree to it. Sino Nation martial artists could be timid, but they could not do so at this time at the first open competition. This was the first open martial arts competition. As the captain of MCMAU, Fang Ping's cowardice would not only affect the school, but also affect everyone's perception of martial artists. "It's okay, it's really okay. Your brother, I am very strong. Those people in the morning were weaklings. That's why they're like this. In the afternoon, watch how your brother beats them up." "Don't worry." After comforting his sister, Fang Ping saw Wu Zhihao and the others. These people looked at Fang Ping with complicated expressions, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yesterday, they were envious and jealous of Fang Ping and the others' limitless glory. Today, however, they were not envious or jealous. The battles in the morning had made them fully understand how much the prodigies who stood on the stage yesterday had sacrificed. "Go do what you have to do. It's okay. I won't be eating lunch with you guys. We need to discuss our strategy." "My sister, brother." Fang Yuan's eyes were red. She tugged at his shirt, unwilling to let go. "All right, why are you crying?" "Your brother. I have defeated all rank 1 martial artists, and it's not like I haven't fought rank 2 martial artists before. I'll be fine, but if you cry and something happens to me. Fong Yuan stopped crying immediately, not knowing what to do. Go. Have a good sleep in the afternoon. Don't come to watch the battles. I'll get someone to record it for you. Then you'll know how awesome your brother is. Chapter 157. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. MCMAU gym. Compared to the morning when there was still a need for people to maintain order, at this moment the audience was much more self-aware. They quietly found their seats and took their seats one after another. Before the participants entered the venue, Lu Huarong said, after the morning's competition ended, I looked at the reactions on the internet. Many people felt that the friendly competition was too cruel. There were all kinds of comments on the internet, saying that some students were cruel and some were too stupid. Why did he have to fight like this? Seeing that you can't win, why don't you admit defeat and surrender? Lu Huarong's tone suddenly became somewhat agitated as he said, That's because there are only martial artists who die in battle and no martial artists who surrender. Everyone, remember my words. There are some things that you don't understand now, but that doesn't mean you'll never understand. There will always be people who are silently sacrificing for you. They can die in battle, they can be defeated, but they will never surrender. It's not bad that it's an exchange match this time, and it doesn't stop students from admitting defeat. However, surrendering until the very last moment is a form of humiliation. Chun Shuyan added lightly, It's fine if you don't have enough strength, but your bones must be hard. Martial arts universities are a role model to all martial artists. As the two of them spoke, the afternoon competition officially began. Next, let's take a look at MCMAU and the 8 school alliances lineup. MCMAU, Fong Ping, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Xuemei Zhao. MCMAU had also chosen their captain as the starter. Would the 8 school alliance send their captain as the starter? In the morning, we witnessed an exciting battle between the captains. Will the match in the afternoon be even more exciting? Next, let's look at the lineup of the 8 school alliance. 8 school alliance. Zhang Guanlin, Chen Hongwei, Wei Bin, Zhang Jingdong, Kai Qinghai. The 8 school alliance did not send the captain as the starter, but Zhang Guanlin from South Sino University of Science and Technology. The captain, Wei Bin, was in the middle, and Kai Qinghai, who is also from Sino Nation Martial Arts University, brought up the rear. Was this the 8 school alliance's strategy? Is it because they've been affected by what happened in the morning and are afraid that their captain's loss will affect their morale? Lu Huarong made a rough guess, then laughed loudly and said, Now, let's invite the contestants onto the stage. Backstage, Fong Ping was dressed in black exercise clothes, holding the assembled Feng's widow in his hand. He took a deep breath and strode forward. Good luck. Don't hold back. 1 kill 5. Everyone else cheered him on. Tang Fong and the other instructors were also at the side, but they did not say anything. In the arena, Fong Ping wielded his Changdao and leaped onto it. Below the stage, Fong Yuan did not listen to Fong Ping and did not come. Her palms were sweaty as she gripped Xiaoling's arm tightly. At the same time that Fong Ping went up the stage, Zhang Guanlin, who was on the other side, also went up the stage with his alloy staff. Magic City Martial Arts University, Fong Ping. 8 School Alliance, Zhang Guanlin. Zhang Guanglin's expression was solemn. South Sino University of Science and Technology had a friendly match with MCMAU before, and he had fought against people from MCMAU before. At that time, MCMAU had sent out almost all the members of the reserve team. Only Zhao Xuemei was on stage among the main members. But at that time, Zhao Xuemei had also fought very fiercely. Even now, Zhang Guanglin hadn't forgotten that Zhao Xuemei had almost kicked that person's throat. If Zhao Xuemei was like that, what about Fong Ping? Fong Ping was the captain of MCMAU. The 8 School Alliance had also guessed that their captain would be the starter, so they changed the original order. Zhang Guanglin's primary goal was not to defeat Fong Ping, but to deplete his vitality. Chen Hongwei's goal was to win if he could. If he could not, Then he would drag it out until Fong Ping could no longer fight, giving Wei Bin an advantage in numbers. Begin. At the referee's command, Zhang Guanglin retreated instantly. Fong Ping did not rush to attack, but stood still. The situation of these two people immediately caused everyone to be somewhat surprised. Fong Ping, however, was unhurried. He did not even lift his Feng's widow. Instead, he dragged the ground and walked slowly toward his opponent. Last time at South Sino University of Science and Technology, I saw a student fight while accumulating energy, and the effect was not bad. This time, I'd like to borrow it. You don't mind, right? Zhang Guanglin's expression was solemn, but he did not reply, nor did he retreat. Fong Ping was using accumulating energy to fight, so he could not avoid it. Instead, he had to take the initiative and interrupt Fong Ping's accumulation. Before Fong Ping could walk over, Zhang Guanglin's long staff whistled, aiming straight for Fong Ping's throat. Fong Ping did not use his saber. His head turned in a circle, avoiding the other party's attack. Zhang Guanglin was not surprised. His long staff changed from a stab to a sweep, and halfway through, he took the opportunity to strike like thunder. According to the understanding of some of the martial artists present, Fong Ping was now accumulating energy, so naturally he would not use his saber. But in the next moment, many people knew that they had guessed wrong. Fong Ping, who had been dragging his saber, suddenly raised it and slashed forward. There was a clang, and sparks flew everywhere. Zhang Guanglin only felt a shock from the alloy staff, so much so that his palms were numb and trembling. I just don't want you to avoid the fight, Fong Ping said suddenly, and then the Changdao stirred up a gust of wind in the air. Clang! Zhang Guanglin forcefully blocked the saber again, and his whole body retreated rapidly. This time, Fong Ping did not stop. His feet moved instantly, and with a roar, the Changdao slashed again. Clang! Before the sound had died away, the Changdao moved like a shadow, and a clang sounded again. Before everyone could react, the third sound came, but it was no longer a crisp clang, but the sound of metal being cut. Crack! The faint sound of breaking was heard, and many people on the second floor had a change of expression. At this moment, Fong Ping had broken Zhang Guanglin's alloy long staff in 3 slashes. Zhang Guanglin obviously did not expect that in the next moment the Changdao, which still had some strength left, would slash his chest. Pooh! As blood splattered, the sound of Zhang Guanglin's sternum breaking could be heard. Fong Ping did not stop. He raised his Changdao, his vitality surging again, and slashed downward. Surrender! A grandmaster on the second floor shouted loudly, admitting defeat. This time, the referee did not choose to block Fong Ping's Changdao. Instead, he pulled Zhang Guanglin backward, dodging Fong Ping's Changdao. Fong Ping did not draw his saber, but slashed the floor of the arena. A loud bang was heard, and a deep saber mark appeared on the floor. Phew! Zhang Guanglin breathed in pain, his chest already dyed red with blood. He knew that he was no match for the MCMAU captain, but he did not expect the other party to defeat him in this way. 3 slashes had broken his alloy long staff. Below the battle stage, Lu Huarong was also slightly surprised. MCMAU's captain, Fong Ping, didn't display too many techniques, but he split the F-grade alloy staff in 3 slashes. The vitality outburst of all 3 slashes was around 60 calories. Does he not want to fight the second round? Yes, Fong Ping's fight looked easy, but he had broken his opponent's alloy long staff in 3 slashes, plus 2 slashes at the beginning and 1 at the back. Fong Ping's vitality had been depleted at least 220 calories and above. The human body still had to maintain the necessary vitality. Fong Ping won easily, and he was not injured at all. However, there was no way for him to fight the second round. At this moment, did Fong Ping still have 100 calories of vitality left? Even if he ate pills, he would not be able to recover in time, right? Lu Huarong was not the only one who thought this way. Many people thought the same, thinking that MCMAU was establishing dominance and destroying the other party's morale. Zhang Guanlin was defeated too quickly, and his defeat was too shocking. This was the first time someone had used a move to break a weapon in the arena. Just as everyone was guessing, Fang Ping suddenly stuffed a pill into his mouth. One was not enough, so Fang Ping quickly stuffed another one in. This, in less than 20 seconds, everyone saw that Fang Ping's vitality, which had just been declining, was gradually rising. In no time, it seemed to have recovered to its peak. Second floor. An instructor from East Sino Nation Normal University could not help but frown. This is the pill being digested? Even grandmasters could not see through the human body and see through their internal organs. They could only feel that Fang Ping's vitality was recovering very quickly after taking the pill. The speed was shocking. A grandmaster from Sino Nation Martial Arts University also frowned. A physique that absorbs pills quickly? No wonder. No wonder Fang Ping fought so fiercely, without the slightest thought of conserving his vitality. In this case, the 8 School Alliance was in trouble. They had to face an MCMAU captain whose vitality could recover to its peak at any time. Next year, we should limit the use of pills. Someone said this, but there was not much doubt. Right before their eyes, they only saw Fang Ping's vitality recovering after using pills. At this moment, the only thing they could think of was a physique that allowed him to absorb pills quickly. It was not that there were no martial artists like this, but it was extremely rare. Moreover, every pill had a side effect. Even with such a physique, it did not mean that one could consume large amounts of pills at will. In the arena, Fang Ping's back was covered in cold sweat. He only let out a sigh of relief when he felt the gazes leave. He did not want to expose the system, but he could not use his ability to quickly recover vitality. The more he hid it, the more suspicious it would be. He might as well use it now in front of many grandmasters, creating the illusion that he was relying on pills to recover his vitality. As long as he gave these grandmasters this impression, it would not affect him much even if he recovered his vitality quickly in other places. At this moment, seeing that the grandmaster's gazes were no longer sharp, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. When Chen Hongwei went on stage, Fang Ping was not as cautious as he was the first time. He smiled and said, "I saw that you used a weapon last time. Today is a good time to try out my manic explosion." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping attacked first. Fang Ping's feet were as fast as lightning. With a few light steps, he was already close to Chen Hongwei. Chen Hongwei's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Fang Ping to be so fast. I almost thought that Fang Ping had honed his upper limbs. I only remembered that he had honed his lower limbs when he used stepping techniques. Cloud step is not as fast as ghost step, but speed also depends on the level of cultivation. He could not continue. As he said this, Fang Ping was already close to Chen Hongwei, swinging his saber and slashing. Clang clang sounded again. Fang Ping's strategy was the same as before. Break your weapon so that you could not block it. Clang. A long sound rang out. The upper half of the Changdao in Chen Hongwei's hand fell to the ground. Chen Hongwei could not dodge in time, or rather, he could not dodge Fang Ping's slashes at all due to the huge vibration. At this moment, Chen Hongwei roared and abandoned his saber. He put his hands together and grasped Fang Ping's blade. He thought that Fang Ping would wrestle with him, but Fang Ping was already moving forward before he exerted any force with his saber. He straightened his toes again and jabbed out. His alloy boots kicked in the air, creating a sonic boom. Uft! Chen Hongwei, who had raised his saber to block the Changdao, was jabbed in the waist by Fang Ping. Fang Ping quickly retracted his leg and changed the jab into a kick, kicking out again at lightning speed. Bang! This time, Chen Hongwei was sent flying and fell out of the arena. Quick! Lu Huarong immediately explained. Fang Ping's saber is fast, and so are his legs. His outburst of vitality is strong too, almost completely suppressing the two members of the 8-School Alliance. Also, Fong Ping's vitality recovers very quickly. If the 8-School Alliance doesn't have a good strategy to restrain Fong Ping, I'm afraid it's going to be bad this time. The audience below the arena was also a little dumbfounded. Fong Ping had won the first 2 battles easily. They did not know that Fong Ping's vitality was strong and that his recovery was extremely fast, faster than they had imagined. They only felt that MCMAU's captain was fighting the 8-School Alliance members with ease. It was nothing like the morning when both sides were exhausted and covered in injuries. Backstage, Wei Bin's expression changed slightly. The 8-School Alliance instructor said with a serious expression, "His speed is extremely fast, and so is his saber technique." That's not the point. The point is that every move of his has reached the level of a killer move, and his vitality outburst is more than 60 calories. According to the usual practice, if you avoid 3 of his saber moves or let him use 3 saber moves, you'll be able to exchange points. But now that Fong Ping's vitality was not depleted, the 8-School Alliance instructor saw that he had started to take pills again. Moreover, this guy's vitality skyrocketed in an instant after he finished taking pills. Wei Bin, think of a way to avoid his first 3 moves. Don't give him a chance to take pills. Once the 3 moves are over, defeat him immediately. The instructor could only give this advice. They could not give Fong Ping time, or else he would be in trouble if he took pills again. The instructor also felt that there would always be a limit. Fong Ping could not possibly recover every time he took pills. However, this was Fong Ping's first time fighting in front of the public. No one knew, and they could not test his limits. Soon, Wei Bin went up to the stage. Seeing Fong Ping's vigorous vitality, Wei Bin's expression turned ugly. The previous 2 had failed for nothing. Since Fong Ping's vitality had recovered, the quick fight would not have much effect. Wei Bin was no longer in a hurry. He probed, "Fong Ping, if you take pills like this, it'll cause a lot of damage to your body. You've already won 2 rounds. There's no need to destroy your foundation." Fong Ping smiled. "It's fine. I've taken 100 vitality pills before. I'll be fine after digesting them for a while." Wei Bin did not know whether he was telling the truth or not, but he could only grit his teeth and prepare to fight to the death. Otherwise, if Fong Ping continued to fight like this, it was not impossible for him to defeat 5 opponents at once. At the referee's command, both of them slashed at each other almost at the same time. Wei Bin also used a saber, but not a long sword like Fong Ping's. After Wei Bin slashed, he quickly switched to defense. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did the same thing and slashed at his saber again. Upstairs, Tang Feng cursed under his breath. "Idiot." Some of the 8-School Alliance's leaders laughed. Did Fong Ping really think that his saber could break other people's weapons? Previously, both of them had used F-class alloy weapons, but Wei Bin was not. Although everyone thought that there was no difference between a rank 1 martial artist's F-class and D-class weapons in the beginning, Wei Bin was the team leader, so he still had to put up a front. His saber was also a D-class alloy saber. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 slashes, Fong Ping's vitality was depleted by a large amount. Every slash was an outburst of 60 calories vitality. 3 slashes had depleted almost 200 calories. At this moment, Fong Ping only had the strength for 1 last slash. Wei Bin's defense, on the other hand, had depleted much less. After 3 slashes this time, it did not break the other's weapon like before. The audience was a little surprised. Wei Bin quickly seized the opportunity, not giving Fong Ping time to recover. In the next moment, Wei Bin roared and stomped his feet on the ground. His shoes broke into pieces, and he attacked Fong Ping like a ferocious tiger. He had already abandoned his saber. At this moment, Wei Bin wanted to fight Fong Ping in close combat, not giving Fong Ping the chance to take medicine. Just as Wei Bin lunged at him, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Fong Ping's mouth. Wei Bin was very strong, at least in close combat. Fang Ping might not be able to take him down easily. However, since the other had abandoned his saber and approached him, thinking that he could not use any more outburst, then he could not blame Fang Ping for killing him easily. Retreat! Someone could not help but yell. Then he was interrupted by the whispers of the others. Before Wei Bin could react, Fang Ping had also abandoned his saber. In the next moment, something that defied common sense happened. Fang Ping took a step and leaped more than a meter high, avoiding Wei Bin's attack. Then, Fang Ping's left foot seemed to be stepping on the ground in midair. With another step, he leaped in front of Wei Bin. This defied common sense. Fang Ping stepped on the air to borrow strength. Lu Huarong was also very surprised. Elevated stance. Elevated stance. At this moment, many people exclaimed in a low voice. Peak rank 1 Fang Ping's pole standing had actually reached the elevated stance. Although pole standing in the elevated stance could not allow him to fly in the air, Fang Ping could still borrow strength and take a few steps forward in the air. This was the meaning of the elevated stance. The so-called elevated stance was actually an overview of the 3 levels of pole standing. Elevated stance. In the midst of everyone's exclamations, Fang Ping's right leg lashed out like lightning, sweeping Wei Bin's chest with a bang. Wei Bin did not expect Fang Ping to arrive in front of him in midair, nor did he expect Fang Ping to have a vitality outburst. With this kick, Wei Bin's chest caved in instantly. Wei Bin's face was full of pain, but he gritted his teeth and raised his fist to attack Fang Ping's groin. Fang Ping saw this and did not hold back. His legs clamped down on Wei Bin's fist. As his body fell, he clenched his fists and punched at Wei Bin's head. Surrender! Someone on the second floor cried out to surrender again. Otherwise, Wei Bin's head might explode. His head had not been honed. Ah! Wei Bin roared angrily, looking extremely unwilling. In this battle, he was almost beaten up the entire time. He did not unleash his strength at all. It would have been better if he had not roared. Once he did, blood spurted out of his mouth. The kick on his chest just now was not light. To be honest, the vitality outburst from Fang Ping's kick was no less than the force of his saber slash earlier. Wei Bin lost too. Lu Huarong felt a little emotional. Then he could not help but say, Fang Ping's pole standing is in the elevated stance, and he has mastered 2 killer moves. His saber and leg techniques have both reached the level of a killer move. This, unless a rank 1 has mastered an ultimate move and is faster than him, I'm afraid he's invincible among his peers. Chun Shuiyan added, time is tight for the younger generation. To be faster than him, 1 must also have at least a killer move. Look at Han Su. Han Su's speed is slightly faster than him. Although Han Su did not display the power of a killer move, Han Su's speed was indeed fast. Fang Ping might not be able to match up to him. Chapter 158. Wei Bin was also carried off the stage. The 3 from the 8 School Alliance had taken a few of Fang Ping's killer moves head-on. They were also injured. Although they did not look as serious as the morning, their injuries were much worse than by Yin and the rest. That's 3 in a row. Backstage, Fu Changding did not know whether to laugh or cry. If Fang Ping defeated 5 in a row, he would not have to go on stage. However, everyone had been preparing for so long. If they did not even get a chance to go on stage, it would be a disaster. Zhao Lei did not say anything. He looked indifferent. Fang Ping could fight however he wanted. He would not get a chance to go on stage, no matter what. There were still 3 people queuing up ahead. Zhao Lei did not think that the 8 School Alliance could defeat all 3 of them. Below the stage, Fang Yuan was also dumbfounded. Was Fang Ping really that strong? In everyone's eyes, Fang Ping had effortlessly defeated the 3 opponents, and one of them was even the team leader. After 3 battles, Fang Ping did not even suffer a scratch. He's not bragging, Fang Yuan mumbled, then suddenly laughed. That's good too. The stronger, the better, at the back. Wu Zhihao looked at the others. After a while he said, Has Guan Yu been reborn? Fang Ping held the Feng's widow in his hand. Every slash was swift and fierce, reminding him of Guan Yu II. Lu Ruoqi corrected him. That's a Feng's widow. Huang Zhong uses it, but Guan Yu doesn't. They're getting serious now. Wu Zhihao was speechless. Then he complained, This guy is too strong. Yes, he is. No one could deny that Fang Ping was really strong. Otherwise, even if his vitality could recover, it would not have been so easy for him to defeat 3 opponents. In the arena, Fang Ping chewed another 2 rank, 1 vitality pills. After 3 battles, he had used 6 rank, 1 vitality pills. He had used up all his rank, 1 vitality pills. He still had a lot of normal ones and 4 rank, 2 ones. What a waste! Fang Ping mumbled. The vitality pills were indeed wasted. Their only use was to increase his vitality to continue honing his bones and meridians. Zhang Jingdong of the 8 School Alliance went on stage, feeling helpless. It was not that they had no fighting spirit. However, they had encountered a cheat. How could they fight? After 3 battles, Fang Ping's vitality had returned to its peak. He thought of the instructor's words before he went on stage. Although Fang Ping's vitality had recovered, he would still be exhausted from fighting, and his body had its limits. Even if the 8 School Alliance lost, they could not be defeated by Fang Ping alone. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing. If all 5 of them were defeated in one go, then the 8 School Alliance's name would be taken away. Zhang Jingdong remembered his mentor's words and equipped the D-class staff that his mentor had just given him. As soon as he got on the stage, Zhang Jingdong began to defend himself, to deplete Fang Ping's stamina. Although vitality could increase stamina, it didn't mean that it was the same as stamina. What he needed to do now was to deplete Fang Ping's stamina. However, he was not as fast as Fang Ping. As soon as he retreated, Fang Ping came at him, slashing with his saber. Zhang Jingdong gritted his teeth and took the blow, then quickly retreated and dodged again. Fang Ping did not give up. He continued to chase. When he caught up, he raised his saber and slashed. Zhang Jingdong retaliated. Fang Ping did not hold back. He slashed with his saber again. Fang Ping's vitality, even if it doesn't recover, it's still over 300 calories. Below the stage, Lu Huarong sighed again. Chun Xuan focused and said, It's more than that. I'm afraid it's already 320 calories. I've just asked around about Fang Ping. He's thrice honed. Thrice honed? Lu Huarong was surprised at first. Then he said, matter-of-factly, that's true. Thrice honed means that before becoming an aspiring martial artist, their vitality has reached 200 calories and above. Only aspiring martial artists like that are thrice honed. The outside world might not understand this. All you need to know is that these martial artists have the strongest vitality and the toughest bones among their peers. Everyone, don't try it so easily. In the vast Sino nation, there are less than 5 people who are thrice honed every year. There's no need to pursue honing multiple times. Lu Huarong explained and gave a few more warnings. Since some things were going to be revealed slowly, it was necessary to tell the public some information that they did not understand. For example, thrice honing, it was not necessary in the past, but now it was time to spread the word. After Lu Huarong finished speaking, there was a slight uproar below the stage. It was the first time many people knew that an aspiring martial artist could cultivate such a high vitality. In the crowd, Tan Jinping was still in a daze. An aspiring martial artist with more than 200 calories? Was he a 250 calories martial artist, a peak rank 1 martial artist? Also, he did not see any martial artists who participated in the competition today with lower vitality than him. No, everyone had higher vitality than him. The power of their explosive moves made Tan Jinping despair. They could all kill him with 1 move. As they spoke, the situation on the stage changed again. The staff in Zhang Jingdong's hand had been thrown away. His hands were badly mutilated, but he refused to admit defeat. He desperately ran around the ring. Huff! The panting was so loud that some of the audience in the front row could hear it. Zhang Jingdong did not care about his image. Sometimes he rolled to avoid Fang Ping's attacks. Other times, he was hit by Fang Ping and flew backward. He grabbed the edge of the stage and rolled to continue playing hide-and-seek with Fang Ping. His training clothes were in tatters. He could not even swallow the blood at the corner of his mouth. Fang Ping's forehead was also sweating. He panted for a while. He was faster than his opponent, but his opponent was completely defenseless and ran with all his might. Fang Ping still had to defend against his counterattack, so he was not as focused as him. After chasing him for a while, Fang Ping was speechless. "You're going to die if you don't admit defeat." He was not lying. Zhang Jingdong had been hit a few times. The wounds on his body were so many that they were unrecognizable. If this went on, he would bleed to death. Zhang Jingdong's face was pale, but he did not say a word. He continued to dodge Fang Ping. A grandmaster from the 8 School Alliance on the 2nd floor sighed softly. Admit defeat. Zhang Jingdong had already demonstrated his willpower. His injuries were severe. If he did not admit defeat, he would die on the stage, just as Fang Ping had said. The grandmaster admitted defeat on his behalf. Zhang Jingdong lost his will to fight and fell to the ground with a thud. A few medical staff immediately went up and carried him off the stage. The referee looked at Fang Ping with a complicated expression. He asked loudly, "Fang Ping, do you want to continue?" Fang Ping felt around in his pocket and said sheepishly, "Forget it. Let's give the people behind us a chance." Some of the powerhouses on the 2nd floor had sharp eyes. Someone chuckled and said, "He's out of pills. He's taken 6 rank, 1 vitality pills. He's probably at his limit. This is what a rank 1 martial artist physique is like. Maybe he's really at his limit." That's good too. If this goes on, the 8 School Alliance will lose face. I don't think so. This kid might be afraid that you old geezers will hold a grudge against him. Someone joked. No one took it seriously, but Tang Feng muttered, "This kid is very cunning. I'm afraid he might not be out of pills." How could Fang Ping not be well prepared when he was on the stage? Now that he was suddenly out of pills, Tang Feng would be the first to doubt it. In his eyes, Fang Ping was the epitome of cunning. He might have given up suddenly to save face for the 8 School Alliance, just as the person had said. They were 8 second-class martial arts universities with more than 10 grandmasters. If Fang Ping had defeated the opponent's team alone, even if the grandmasters did not hold a grudge against him, they would not be kind to him. Now that he had defeated 4 of them, it was just right. He had shown his strength and that he had a sense of propriety. Fang Ping walked down the stage with ease. Although he had expended a lot of vitality, he was not injured. Only CCMAU's Fang Wenxiang had done this before. Fu Changding, who was walking toward him, said with tears streaming down his face, "You've finally come down." "It's finally my turn to shine." Fang Ping reminded him, "Don't be careless. The person holding the line won't be too weak. Wei Bin is also very strong. It's just that I'm stronger." Fu Changding rolled his eyes and ignored him. He walked up the stage with his spear. On the other side, Kai Qinghai of the 8 School Alliance walked up the stage with a solemn expression. He was the only one left in the 8 School Alliance. There was not even a single person to cheer for him. The other 4 had been sent to the infirmary. Backstage, as soon as Fang Ping returned, Bairuashi chuckled. "Are you really out of pills?" "I'm really out of pills." Fang Ping complained, "The school only gave me 5 rank, 1 vitality pills. I've used them up and even had to pay for one. Instructor Bai, the school must reimburse me, or else I won't be able to fight later. If the school reimburses me 20 pills, I'll defeat CCMAU later. If they give me 10 pills, I can fight at least 4 matches. If not, I'll fight 1 match at most. You've all seen how fast my vitality is being depleted. Before Bairuashi could speak, Tang Feng, who had just come down, humphed. In your dreams. Instructor Tang, what you're saying doesn't make sense. I'm fighting for MCMAU. But MCMAU can't make me bleed and cry, right? My family is poor, unlike Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman. My parents are both normal people. In order for me to get into a martial arts university, they put their lives on the line. They're not even 50 years old yet, but they're living like they're 60. Now that the school wants me to fight, I don't even have pills to replenish my vitality. Fang Ping was devastated. How can MCMAU treat poor students who work hard for the school like this? Everyone in MCMAU was a little embarrassed. What he said was not unreasonable. Fang Ping alone defeated 4 opponents. They did not have to put in any effort. Although they did not have the chance to perform, they did save on pills. Fang Ping fought so fiercely, MCMAU should indeed compensate him more. Tang Feng was speechless this time. After a while, he said, I'll compensate you with 5 rank, 1 vitality pills later. 5 pills? Fang Ping's face was full of grief and anger. He said painfully, 5 pills are not enough. There are at least 2 more matches. You'll hold the line at the back. Tang Feng humphed. Fang Ping was not weak, but this guy was a gold-swallowing monster. Now that they had seen the strength of each team, they could rearrange the lineup and let Fang Ping hold the line. That way, Fang Ping would have fewer matches. The other members of MCMAU could not just stay and watch the show. That would not be in line with their original intentions. When Fang Ping heard this, he pursed his lips and said nothing. If he was holding the line, giving him another 5 pills was not a small amount. As they chatted, they did not forget to observe the situation in front. In the arena, Fu Changding almost vomited blood. F***CK, you're not the captain? Wei Bin, that bastard. Fu Changding was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Kai Tringhai's strength was beyond his expectations. The elevated stance. Another one at the elevated stance. Forget about the elevated stance. Kai Tringhai did not use weapons. He used his legs. The vitality outburst from his leg technique was no weaker than Fang Ping's. 1 kick would consume at least 60 calories. Fu Changding was slightly careless earlier. His long spear was swept away by his leg, and even his arm was almost broken. Fu Changding was furious. He used a spear, yes, but do not forget that he had not learned the spear for long. He had been using his legs all this time. Kai Qinghai's leg technique was not weak, but neither was he. After throwing away the long spear, Fu Changding seemed to have no more burdens. He began to compete with Kai Qinghai in terms of leg strength. Both of them did not give way to each other. They used their legs as weapons and collided with each other. Backstage, Fang Ping could not help but rub his leg. He was speechless. Doesn't it hurt? Fu Changding's face has turned green. How can it not hurt? Tang Songting teased. He then laughed. He can't afford to lose face. He can't retreat. You just swept away 4 of them, and he can't even defeat one. He can't go on. This guy wants his face. This time, he won't retreat even if his leg is broken. Yang Xiaoman was not amused. Kai Qinghai is not weak, but if this goes on, even if Fu Changding loses, his vitality will be depleted. I don't believe there's anyone who can revive in 3 seconds after eating a pill. Kai Qinghai was not weak. Although Fu Changding did not stand out in the team, it did not mean that he was weak. At the beginning of the semester, Fu Changding had suppressed many martial artists. When he carried out his mission, he had brought along a few pretty girls and completed his mission well. He performed even better than Yang Xiaoman. How could a person like this be weak? However, Kai Qinghai could force Fu Changding to disregard his image and fight him head-on. This proved his strength. Both of them were competing in vitality, willpower, and pain tolerance. Whoever could not withstand it first would lose. Fortunately, rank One martial artist had limited vitality. Even if both of them did not unleash their full vitality, Kai Tring Hai was the first to deplete his vitality after more than 10 kicks. The move he used to sweep away Fu Chongding's spear had used up more vitality than Fu Chongding. A few minutes later, Fu Chongding sauntered in arrogantly. I won. Not bad. How did you take so long to walk such a short distance? Old Fu, don't tell me you're limping. Fu Chongding said calmly, it's nothing. It's just a small injury. Fang Ping suddenly kicked his calf lightly. Before he could say anything, Fu Chongding suddenly fell to the ground with a loud scream. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. He said dryly, faking it, It hurts. Fang Ping, how dare you use hidden force to hurt me? Despicable. Fu Chongding would never admit that he was already at the end of his tether. He kept saying that Fang Ping had used hidden force to hurt him. It was despicable and shameless. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Ping's expression darkened. This guy was trying to pin it on him. Outside, the referee's voice announcing, MCMEQ wins spread throughout the stadium.